whirlpool whipped up by an evil beast. Luckily, I managed to grab hold of him just in time.
Wow! So, did he make it?
Sadly, in the end, I alone was able to set foot on home ground once more, with the gentle breeze carrying away the tears welling up in my eyes.
Poor guy. How could that happen?
Jack, you can't cry so easily if you want to be a great adventurer.
I know. Because an adventurer's proudest achievement is to die in the course of their final adventure.
Traveler, I believe I've made a small... Could I ask you to use the Nernama detector once?
What? Stanley?
It seems his imaginary friend is a seasoned warrior, covered in scars from head to foot. And you're saying his imaginary friend is an idealized version of his own self? Interesting idea.
Please excuse me.
Bye, Stanley. Do you two still have
What is it?
A few days ago, Stanley got drunk and told the weapons he took on his adventure all those years ago. They were none other... I don't know whether you believe me, but since you guys are the experts at this, can you come with me to... I don't know. Outstanding individuals always... If I can just get a hold of something impressive enough to show my family... Right now, I'm just a rookie. So, what do you say? I can't bring myself to tell Stanley about it.
Aw, poor Jack. Let's help him out then to you.
Oh, one other thing. I have a bottle of rare vintage wine that I had someone fetch for me a couple years ago. Help me...
Dadaupa Gorge, was it?
Let the show be...
Phew. Huh?
Hey, that bunch of young churls! Are they holding some kind of ceremony? And what's with their pile of knickknacks? Are they worshipping them?
Seems so. That must be the sword of brilliant valor, surely.
Higher, higher, hands on fire! Let's dance!
Rain outlines your fate.
Hello?
Are you sure? Why would hilly trolls be bound?
Seems somebody tossed an old sword into a...
This is in terrible shape.
Say, Jack, if you saw one in broad daylight, you wouldn't bat an eyelid. But in the pitch blackness of night, is valor not the same? When everything is going your way, it seems meaningless. Fades into the background. But when you're in...
You're right. you're right.
So let's scout around.
There's somebody there.
Stanley?
He's acting so...
What happened? Why did...
Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Just one of those Mora spouting weasel thieves.
What? Where?
Maybe another time. We... Go! Phew! Huh? Go! Lo and behold, the...
Liar, liar, pants. A chunk of scrap wood with the handle attached.
There's also wine stains on it. Yeah.
And yet, my bard's intuition tells me that the warriors wear their battle scars with pride. Surely an intact shield is one that has shied away from the battlefield. Is not the broken and splintered shield the one that has fought in countless wars and lived? Though the soldier's body be tired and torn, still they fight till the very end, till they have no blood left to bleed.
You do have a point. Shiny new shield. Okay, then. Well... Ahem. Well, okay. You take it from here. Hope you've picked... Seems cheerful enough. Maybe negotiating will work after all. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He did... Oh, no.
Shine down!
Oh, let the show begin. Huh. Yeah.
There is no escape!
Hey, he dropped the shield and then...
Guys, thank you so much. Mom, Dad, check...
Hey, wait! The wine, you promised! What are you...
Hey, what are you doing here, Bart?
Oh, that's right. An after-dinner stroll, to be precise.
Paimon's starting to think Stanley might be a fraud. Did Stanley plant the sword and shield here?
Adventurers must be pretty familiar with Dada Upagor.
You better believe it. I can...
Wow. Then I admire...
It's only to be expected of a great adventurer like me. You guys had better... I'll get back...
Guilty conscience much?
Well, he shouldn't have gotten so carried away bragging to Jack, should he? Although, on further reflection, I must say I'm intrigued. Someone who can't let go of the past. I wonder if such a person was forced...
What are you talking about?
Anyway, I propose we take a...
Tell me, Stan. Tell me, what should I do?
Huh? Why does he keep repeating his own name?
Surely not. Even I've never heard tell of a second Stanley.
Oh, it should have been me. I should have been the one to die in the Melchivari then. If only you hadn't had to save a rookie like me, you would have never died in that windless corner of the world. You were a renowned adventurer, destined to become a...
Does it?
I think our friend really did make it to the Merjavari. And I think the tragedy but the real adventurer, the real Stanley is the one who died to save our Stanley.
Wait, so the only reason our Stanley...
I fear that maybe
Stanley, for so many years I've lived in fear. Fear that Mondstadt must remember. Stanley reached the center of the Madrivari. He's the greatest of... Stanley will never die. I'm sorry, Stanley. Are you guys planning on eavesdropping much longer?
Yikes!
Go away. Save your questions. Just leave me in peace.
But...
Leave now.
Honorary Knight! Venti! I've been looking for you everywhere. I wanted to thank you again for helping me find the sword.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really. They even said they're gonna pay for someone to fix up the Sword of Brilliant Valor and Shield of Magnificent Honor for me, so I can take them out on the road.
That's wonderful! So, Jack, is this the part where you bid farewell to Mon?
No, not yet. I still don't have what it takes to go too far from home just yet. Besides, I'm sure Stanley still has a few stories left to tell. They're what inspired me to become an adventurer in the first place. Stanley, Oh, you're drunk again. We'll see you tomorrow then. After your hangover wears off. Maybe you can tell me some more of your stories?
Stanley's really fond of that kid, don't you think?
Jack. Jack.
Jack left.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you for not telling him about my secret.
Huh? All of a sudden you're facing the facts? That isn't like you.
Just now, I couldn't bear to look at him. His adventurous spirit is so pure, unblemished. Just a weary old feckless fraud. But that kid is a brand new shining star, full of potential. I cannot allow his dreams to be crushed.
You're not a total fraud. Stanley's adventure stories and experiences. They're all true, aren't they?
Stories? Experiences? What's the point of them anymore? To be honest, my memories of adventuring and of Stanley, they're hazy these days. That's my biggest secret of all, and my biggest fear. All these years, I've been living to tell his story. But his personality and the details of his life, I don't remember them clearly anymore. But the one thing I can never forget is that he died in a windless land, where his spirit can never be recovered.
Exactly. Even in his memory, the real Stanley isn't the living, breathing friend he knew at all. Instead, he's become fixed on the image of him as that battle-scarred...
I'm too old. I never let go. I'm complete. No adventurer should have to go that way.
Hans Archibald.
My true name? How did you know? The wind. I can hear the wind blowing in the Mare Javari. I always believed you existed.
Will you hand me your old friend's spirit?
I can thank you all. I'm sorry. It's gonna take but
Ah, wonderful! Stanley, this calls for a celebration!
And by
No, the wine here's too expensive. Jack still owes me some wine, though. He promised me a rear... I'll head off to fetch the wine. See you...
Huh? Where's that supposed to be? Why has Paimon never heard of it? Hey, don't get...
Ah, you finally arrived. There's no time to spare, so we'll begin with...
Wait, hold on. There's something we need to clear up first.
So that's still on your...
You need to be in the...
I already have a long list of... Who knows how long it will be before...
Well...
Absolutely not. stealing my targets, calling me a ruthless ruler, and suspect. But you needn't worry, at least not whilst we're investigating this matter. If Uncle Schubert didn't commit any wrongdoing, but if he did commit a wrongful act, then he should bear the full punishment. I'm sure you understand. Good. Now, there are two key points that aristocrats attach great importance to: your manner of speech and your bearing. Let's begin with your manner of speech.
Oh, Paimon's already learned. Mark my words, vengeance will be mine.
Not even close. And besides, it's...
Hey! Paimon learned it from you! And didn't you say not to... It seems you don't respect the rules of your own clan.
No, I've no need to trouble myself with such frivol... For example, when greeting a friend, you could say, "As the morning dew greets the coming dawn, so do I greet you, my dear friend."
As the morning dew does what now?
However, such a phrase may only be used during the morning hours. Also, the party with whom you're speaking must be of approximately the same status as you. Morning dew is not uncommon, so it expresses that friendship should not be measured by value, yet also suggests that friendship between aristocrats is pure. Oh, no. You must be prudent with your words. Calling someone a good friend...
But didn't you just say my dear friend in your...
Yes, I did. But you must know, in the Lawrence family, dear friend is a set phrase that can only be used. It sounds much more pleasant to call an acquaintance a dear friend. So, another thing to remember. Aristocrats are concerned. However, if you were to use dear friend to address an intimate friend, the recipient would think that you were deliberately trying to estrange them. This is only the first step in making a greeting. After addressing one another, you then exchange courtesy.
Wait. Perhaps it would be better if you...
Ah, very well. Come with me.
You made it.
Just tell us where you mean that.
Yep. Well, sort of. Jack made it out to be a rare collector's edition, when actually it's just a half bottle of regular cider. The first time I saw this view, I hadn't even taken on this form yet. It was about 2,600 years ago, before the world had come under the rule of the Seven. At that time, Old Mondstadt was ruled by a tyrant who sealed off the city's perimeter with a ferocious hurricane. Even the birds couldn't get in or out.
Old Mondstadt? Oh, Paimon remembers! Nowadays it's known as Storm Terror's lair, right?
That's right. The tyrant of the winds who once ruled from that tower was Decarabian, god of storms. Back then, I was but a wisp among the thousand winds. I wasn't a god of anything. I didn't even have I was just a tiny elemental being who lived in the wind, a gentle breeze bringing subtle changes for the better, or tiny seeds of hope.
A tiny elemental being? Without a human form? Venti, do you mean you used to look different than you do now?
Yep. My current form is not so different from the situation. In Old Mondstadt transpired the story to be told, where a tyrant ruled. I met a boy not that old. The lyre he played, and for a song he sought. But storm walls blocked blue sky. He was sincerely distraught. "I do so wish to see the birds in flight," said he, his strong eyes filling with light. But his voice was lost in the howling wind's churn. for the whirlwind takes and gives not in return. The true sky and songs that cageless soar, were they not wishes worth fighting for? So the boy turned, extending his hand. Let us cast down the tyrant and his walls from this land. The young boy raised then the flag of revolt, and I threw myself into freedom's tumult. Victorious were we who fought to be free. Gods fell, winds whipped, nations shook violently. In the smoke, a despot met his doom, and we watched as his great tower fell none too soon. Mondstadt began anew, the story passed down, and since then never has another worn its crown.
So then what? What happened to your friend?
Say, Paimon, do you...
Yes, of course! The suspense is killing Paimon! Now's the time you suddenly get a...
getting a little... You know, you're so... But then, maybe it's right that true friends can tell what the other is thinking. A refreshing drink, a gentle breeze, back to a song that I first heard from him. Fly, fly away. Like a bird in the sky. See the world on my behalf. To the heavens may you fly.
Oh, you're Eula of the
You there, lowly laborer. Please acknowledge the glory bestowed upon thee by the nobility...
Huh? I can't...
Hold on. What do they... Whenever a dispute arises, protection of your Got it. As a lowly commoner, you shall maintain absolute reverence when speaking with those under which you so graciously toil. How dare...
is everyone from the Lawrence clan so... The days of the Lawrence clan's tyranny have long passed. I don't care what you're trying to do. Just beat it. Like I said, I don't... And here's a word of advice. I wouldn't be caught dead walking too... If that's all, I'll be going. I'm afraid I won't be able to...
Hey! Don't leave!
Wow, the Lawrence name really does...
Never mind him. I could have predicted... You there, lowly toiler. Please acknowledge the glory bestowed... Huh? Why don't you respond? According to the custom, I must wait until you kneel completely before I... right. I mustn't look at you too long, or I'll be drawing... Fine. You may spare yourself the...
Hey! Stop bothering me or else I might... And again, I've got no word...
Again? What's with this attitude?
Yes, I don't think his attitude will change. If I keep grandstanding like... I'll remember your unwillingness to comply. You there.
Yeah, I've already heard it all before. Look, just spare me the time. Our answer... I mean, seriously, can't you just...
Please calm down. We don't want to...
I know she's a knight of Favonius, and that the knights wouldn't even to this very day. The descendants of the Lawrence clan are... And if that wasn't enough, here you are purposefully using their awkward way of...
You have a... But mark my words, this...
Huh? You want to fight? Listen here, I may be no match for you, but I'll be sure... I'm sorry, but listen here. If you don't want things to get more...
Forget it. There's no point in... It's all right. This happens quite...
Paimon thinks we should apologize for asking you to demonstrate for us.
What can we do? The Lauren's name is already a dirty word among every household in Mondstadt. Even 3-year-olds know the story. Don't worry. What with me being a Knight of Favonius, they're usually willing to speak a few words, but perhaps my aristocratic manner of speech provoked them today. Believe...
So this is the way things are normally for you?
That's the way things are. Perhaps it's just fate for those who have made mistakes. Accepting punishment is only fair, right? As memories are carried in the city breeze, the faults of such grievances are passed from one generation to the next. At least I have a means of living a relatively normal life compared to the elders of my family. I have nothing...
Yeah! Why were you so willing to try...
Oh, that reminds me. That last person will not escape my vengeance. Let's leave it at that. But unfortunately, you probably didn't learn much from those conversations.
No need! Besides, the Traveler's pretty sharp, and... right? Right? We'll just have to roll. Let's just keep Eula from...
Well then, I'm glad you learned something. You're already halfway to... A proper manner of speech is more aesthetic than anything else. But we must also practice. I have a very effective way of training for this.
Wind. Shogun approaches.
It's so...
If you wish to truly achieve the dignified... For example, you can see that part of the... But a well-trained aristocrat would not only effortlessly proceed forward, but do so without a stain on their garment and their...
Paimon thinks we've left the realm of aristocrats and entered compared to what we've already seen. This should be a piece of cake. Paimon thinks so too.
All right, let's get started. Remember, you must be great... That won't do. You've exposed your shortcomings. No need to worry. Head back to the start. It'll be difficult at... Remember, you... That won't do. You've exposed your shortcomings. No need to worry. Head back to the starting point and try again. It'll be difficult, remember.
So through my trick.
That won't do. You've exposed your It'll be difficult, remember. You must... No need to worry. Head back to the starting point and try again. That won't do. You've exposed your shortcomings. No need to worry. Head back to the starting point and try again. It'll be difficult at first, but the key, remember, you... That won't do. You've exposed your shortcomings. No need to worry. Head back to the starting point and try again. It'll be difficult, remember. That won't do. You've exposed your shortcomings. No need to worry. Head back to the starting point and try again. It'll be difficult, remember. You That won't do. You've exposed your shortcomings. No need to worry. It'll be difficult. Remember, you must... Not bad. A lot better than I had anticipated. Don't flatter you. This scenario was relatively simple. In the face of a real, there's a ley line monolith just up ahead. True elegance is the ability to calmly yet swiftly make decisions in the My family set only the highest Let's proceed. This is the ley line monolith. Go ahead, activate it. But be careful not to get launched into the air or frozen while fighting. That would be most unsightly.
Cross over!
There is no escape! Torn to oblivion!
Well done. Your performance was most impressive. And you managed to remain calm even in the given such an outstanding performance.
Like Paimon said, adventuring is hard. So, that's it for...
Hold on. I was commending the Traveler's performance just now.
What? You...
Yes, of course. You were frantically flying and dashing about throughout the... Did you even listen to anything I was trying to teach you?
Hey! That's not true!
Whatever the reason, not heeding my instructions. A cause for vengeance, Now...
Huh? What is it?
Certainly not. Didn't you just say that you were freezing?
Oh,
If I wasn't, then why would I care about you being cold? If you turned into a Paimon popsicle, that would ruin my plans for... So, dear friend, don't...
Ah! Paimon knew something was off!
All in the name of vengeance. No, now then, given that your training is complete, it's time we return to Mondstadt. Our last... I already have something in mind. Let's pay Sarah...
Oh, hey, Eula. I see you've met the honorary knight.
We meet again, Amber! Caesar just...
Well, I just got back and was thinking about grabbing a bite at Good Hunt.
Very well. It's been some time since we've come. Take a seat. We can discuss my uncle's gift while we eat.
Yes? Is there something else you'd like to order?
Could you please prepare a serving of my uncle's favorite, gebratenes Fleisch mit Sauerkraut?
Coming right up. It'll take...
Hold on a moment. Is this satisfying?
No, she didn't order it. But because she didn't order any vegetables...
So, we clearly didn't order this. Yet you prepare...
You're gonna take revenge on her for giving us...
You should know me by now. That's the kind of villainous character I am. Well then... Please wait a moment.
Delicious unauthorized delicacies. Sarah will pay for this.
Why would you choose gebratenes Fleisch mit Sauerkraut as a gift for your uncle?
This dish isn't actually on Good Hunter's menu. Only long-standing patrons such as my uncle would know about the dish. The older...
Because of the sour flavor of the sauerkraut, not too many people are fond of it these days. I guess it's become less popular. Eula treated me to the dish once, and I couldn't even finish a bite. I've nicknamed it gebratenes Fleisch mit Vengeance ever since. Ugh.
I never expected us to have such completely different tastes in food. If I weren't in such a good mood, I'd... Of course not. It's hard to find someone in Mondstadt that attracts contempt as much as she does.
It's fine when you're just joking between us, but I'm afraid our honorary knight might misunderstand you. Eula's always talking about vengeance, but that's just how she...
But I am serious. And I'll remember every transgression.
Paimon's starting to realize that Eula's There's no need to be so awkward when you want to say something.
Listen, you've never been labeled.
What?
So that's why you wouldn't understand how hard it is for a bad person to try to be good. It's impossible for... All right, no need to look so sullen. I'm just kidding. Come on, let's eat. The food is getting cold.
Oh, I am stuffed. I'll see Sarah about the bill.
No need. I've left the mora under the plate. If you try to settle it with her in person, she won't accept payment. Don't underestimate my ability to exact revenge. All right. Next, you should pay my uncle a visit. He has a small camp at the top of the mountain near Springvale. I'm afraid that wouldn't be very convenient for me. It'd be... Ah, yes. Please do remember...
I still have more recon to do in the wilderness.
Let's meet again.
Here, the gebratenes Fleisch mit Sauerkraut. And by the way, don't worry too much when Eula says...
Paimon's been meaning to ask. No one could stand the sight of Eula when she was trying to speak with the others but she seemed to get along fine with you and...
The people of Mondstadt don't take kindly to anyone bit. They are unable to see past her family. Therefore, they don't actually... So no matter what Eula tries to do, it's seen as a wrongdoing. It essentially strips the meaning of anything.
How come you're able to see Eula?
Well, when she joined the Knights of Favonius, it caused quite many people signed a petition demanding that the Knights reverse their... At the same time, numerous members of the Lawrence clan crowded the entrance of the Knights of Favonius.
Whoa!
That's right. So you can imagine how determined Eula... But thanks to Grandmaster Varka and the unwavering attitudes of others in the Knights of Favonius, they were able to quell the unrest. Tension still... In the eyes of the people, she's a stain on the Knights of Favonius. And in the eyes of the Lawrence clan, she simply fulfills her duty as a knight, silently helping one person after another. Myself included. People like Eula should be approached with care and understanding. She could stand to be treated a little more fairly. I believe a day will come when things will...
Once everything's settled, we should go talk...
I'm glad. I think that would make her very... Take care. Please come again.
No, my sword! Phew! Go!
The tent seems to be pretty tattered, but there's a really... Could this be another...
Ah, it's you again. I thought I had rid myself of you two. A few humble words, huh? Very well. I'm certainly not one to be narrow-minded.
Wow, this guy thinks so highly of himself.
It appears I have misjudged you. Impressive. My intentions...
Oh, so he was testing.
Your conduct is satisfactory. I must, if I may ask, from whence did you learn such a civilized manner of speech? Ah, good. Very good. You are bright. And compared with the common folk...
By the way, we brought a gift. Ahem.
Could this be? It's evident that your sentiment is genuine. As a young person nowadays, only with no small effort could you... It's been so long since I dug into a big, tasty... I beg your pardon. What I mean to say is... Ah, yes. This...
Now even Paimon's starting to wonder what it takes.
I acknowledge your genuine goodwill. Such sincerity must certainly imply that you come bearing a request. Wait, so you've come to know of this, too? It was meant to be a family secret. Well, considering your meticulous etiquette, please, come with me. We happen to be in need of competent fellows to see some friends from a distant land.
So he trusts us solely based on your etiquette.
Well then, let's get...
Do you think his friends are the Fatui? Things will get sticky if the Fatui happen to recognize you. What should we do? I'll protect us.
Huh? Why have you put on a mask all of a sudden? Even if they are powerful, our status is much higher, and therefore we shouldn't allow them to admire our true faces so easily.
Good thinking. Paimon thought...
Let's proceed, shall we? As you'll see in a moment, there are many already helping us. I heard that this area had already been purged once by the Knights of Favonius, but it's the only place around Mondstadt that is well concealed and spacious enough. Although it has fallen into disrepair and does not suit the tastes of the nobility, we simply have to make do for now.
Sorry, can we walk any faster?
Of course not. An aristocrat always moves with grace in his steps. Moving hurriedly is unacceptable.
As expected, it's the Fatui!
As expected.
Because we always see them around the city. They must be very powerful.
Nothing more than foreign ruffians with power and the ability to flaunt it. But they are favorable business partners.
Hold it right there! Who's this?
If you really they're my guests. If you happen to offend them in...
But this matter is of utmost secrecy.
You dare question the ways of a nobleman?
No need to sound all high and mighty. Fine.
You're with us. They don't dare to question you.
Of course. That is the benefit of prestige. In past times, it would be a dire offense to speak to a nobleman in such a manner. We could determine a person's fate with the blink of an eye. And such glory will return to me again before long.
Where have I seen this person before? And who, may I ask, is this? We mustn't bring just...
This is our new ally that I've recently met. They are completely trustworthy.
Our plans are strictly confidential. Furthermore, there's been word that an outlander who joined the...
Don't be ridiculous. Besides, the Knights of Favonius.
And what about this?
Enough! You dare question my word? Without the support of the Lawrence clan, you must immediately offer your...
Fine. I'll take your word and make no further inquiries. Now, to the matter at hand. Did you bring...
Oh, so that's what's going on here.
Yes, of course. Here it is.
Let me see. Why is it so poorly drawn? Everything's so...
Excuse me? I'll have you know that that shape is the symbol...
I see. Crude, but...
Of course, you needn't worry about that. Don't forget what we agreed upon. The flag of the Lawrence clan will fly above the Knights of Favonius headquarters. The rights to that building, as well as the whole of Mondstadt, belong to the Lawrence clan.
Yes, we will both profit from this agreement. There's no use... We will make good use of the intel you provided. Also, be certain not to divulge...
Don't worry, this matter is only between you and I. And once this is over, I shall stand atop the Favonius headquarters and rebuke their pathetic rule. Perfect.
May I remind you once again that we must...
Very well.
Huh? What are you doing?
That's right! It's the honorary knight and their trusty companion, Paimon! We're here...
So this was all just a ploy?
It's your own fault! Who would put so much...
After so much planning, this is how it ends? Huh! We'll see about that!
Just as I expected. I knew I should have never tried. No matter. We already have the intel we need.
They're running off in different directions. Paimon remembers that this place is a dead end. Let's take care of the Fatui first and then deal with shielders later.
Inazuma shines eternal!
Killjoy, we've only just begun.
Don't touch me!
It seems we finally caught up with you. Oh, it's you. It seems your investigation went well.
Aha! I see now. So you're the one that taught them our etiquette. And I thought you despised such pleasantries. Furthermore, there is a rule in our family. Such traditions are never...
Ah, yes. Rings a bell. So what? I had no...
You have brought shame to our family and
I know that you poured great efforts into these plans, Uncle. But you were well aware that it would...
Knight of Favonius? Let's get one thing straight. You still have a chance. Defeat every Knight of Favonius here. Then I shall plead with the family to spare you.
So just to be clear, you want a Knight of Favonius to attack
I shall say this one last time. You are not a Knight of Favonius. You are a descendant of the Lawrence clan. The blood of the Lawrence clan flows in your veins.
Since when have I ever complied with the will of...
Why, you unruly maid!
If anyone should be angry, it should be me. As a member of the Lawrence clan, you knowingly plotted against the city of Mondstadt and threatened its safety. Had you ever stopped to consider the trouble it would bring to so many people? Had you considered how many enemies you would make, trying to keep the plans under wraps?
You dare lecture me?
That's right. In the name of the family that you so dearly revere, Uncle Schubert. I've never experienced the age of glory you always speak of, and I've never understood our family's incessant pursuit of it. But I am capable of discerning right from wrong, and I deeply understand what freedom means to the people of Mondstadt. The Lawrence clan should never and will never become what you've dreamed it to be.
Oh, the disgrace of it all! How could such a rebellious monster emerge from our own family?
Things are starting to get pretty hysterical here. Politeness and elegance seem to have gone out the window.
That's enough fuss for today. You two, take him away. The honorary knight and I have other matters to attend to. Given that you've already taken action, I assume you've come across some conclusive evidence?
Paimon took a peek at their diagram. Your uncle had mapped out all of the Knight's patrol routes and marked out key information about Mondstadt.
And there was me thinking that he was just another elder of the family. And a lazy one at that. I never suspect. Let's discuss this later. Our first... Rack and ruin! Huh? I condemn you! Rack and ruin! More speed. Beg for mercy.
I'll protect us.
They're here! Stop them! That seemed to...
Shudder! Yeah. Crush!
This first.
Beg for mercy. Crush!
I must collect myself. This is too quiet.
Shudder!
You can't run! Well, neither can I. I've been disappointed. This first.
Shudder! Crush! More speed. Beg for mercy.
You need to hurry up. This was well done.
Shudder. Freeze to the core. Yeah.
Let me leave you a verse.
There is no escape.
Let the show begin.
Unfortunate fault. Goodness. No excuse for slacking. Let's not waste time. Let's end this quickly. Stay right there. Almost.
Crush. Shudder. Crush. Beg for mercy.
I slipped up.
Crush.
This isn't good. Use this first. It isn't time for a break yet.
Shine down. Time to go.
No slacking off.
Beg for mercy.
Now, can this be?
Vengeance will be mine.
My duty at an end. Attack so quiet.
More speed. I condemn you! More speed. More speed. Crush!
Rain outlines your fate. Witness the...
Come on, that's where they put the diagram.
This here, huh? I guess there's no other option but to fight. You dare provoke me, but you come forth and dispose of them.
There is no escape! Fire, fire, pants on fire!
shines eternal!
This must be it. They may very well have already, but without my uncle as their puppet, there'd be no use in them.
The Fatui wouldn't have relied only on your uncle.
True. But if their plan had hinged purely on taking Mondstadt by force, as opposed to with the help of a puppet, they could have spared themselves the trouble. The Fatui are dishonest, but they wouldn't go as far as to start an open war. Their opposition wouldn't just be Mondstadt alone. Anyway, I'll inform the acting Grandmaster. She'll know how to handle—
Oh yeah! You suddenly appeared—
Yeah, about that. Because you stole my targets by attacking the Fatui I'd been tracking earlier, I came to exact my vengeance. You tried to do my job for me, and I'm here to return the favor.
Finally, after all this time, Paimon. In reality, you sensed that you were worried about us and your uncle, so you brought a team to—
My purpose was vengeance. Don't twist this. You don't look too bright, but it turns out you have a knack for scheme. And mark my words,
Hey!
you have seeded a deep enmity between us. Even if you were to be completely destroyed, I would never forget you.
Bring it on!
I like your fighting spirit. I'll take this diagram—
Sure!
That you will. And make sure not to—
Oh? I didn't think I would see you here.
Are these two your friends?
Yes. We had the fortune of meeting not too long ago. They are quite a knowledgeable and talented pair. And a traveler. We were just discussing the history of Rex Lapis.
This, good sir, seems not to appreciate the almighty power of the Lord of Geo. As a professional archaeologist, I'm inclined to correct some of his erroneous views. We are discussing the whereabouts.
The first Mora?
As everyone knows, the Lord of Geo taught the ancient people of Liyue. Today, Liyue holds the sole right to cast Mora in the entire continent of Teyvat. The world's very first Mora should have been cast by the hands of the...
According to my research, as well as my own hypothesis, I believe that this coin of unique historical significance has been passed down. For example, perhaps the Qixing who control the Liyue use it in some kind of unknown ceremony they hold when they come to power.
Oh, no. My research indicates that the first Mora is a catalyst. This we all know. Even today, Mora is used in the mystic arts for its curious properties of weapon and hat. The world's first Mora would no doubt possess the strongest power. That is, that the Lord of Geo used this original Mora as a catalyst to enhance a dagger and a
dagger and a...
Well, buy the book when it comes out to read the full story. For now, I will...
I can't say I agree. Let us not speak of the authenticity of the dagger and sword first. But Rex Lapis just meant for Mora to serve as a catalyst, for people to exchange. The world's first Mora is probably just an ordinary coin created by Rex Lapis.
I think that Mr. Hanshua's hypothesis seems reasonable.
No, I am not debating right or wrong.
Enough! Do you think you understand the Lord of Geo more?
I know but little about history, and I wouldn't dare to brag. But discussion is meaningless if everyone has the same opinion, no?
Well then, answer me this. Long ago, when Liyue Harbor was being constructed, the Lord of Geo taught the people how to build...
That is correct.
Okay, then tell me. Why would the Lord of Geo do something so extravagant?
There's a simple explanation, really. To the god of wealth and commerce, what material is easier to get than Mora? I mean...
Excuse me, sir. I have some questions about archaeology.
Oh, it's no problem at all. But may my friend accompany us?
Of course. They can come if that's what... What I'm about to say is a bit disrespectful of the Lord of Geo. Your argument just now exhibited acuteness of speech and thought. Most important. So I have a question for you. Perhaps you will answer differently from other scholars. Do you think that all the gods that the Geo Archon killed were evil?
Let's not analyze it in terms of good versus evil. Rex Lapis placed great importance on the integrity of contracts.
Right! The Lord of Geo wouldn't kill...
But when I was doing some research, I learned about the legend of the god of salt, Havria, was a very kind... Morax used a rather underhanded trick to...
What?
This bit of history is a long story.
Don't worry, please tell me what you know. This event...
Quite so.
Over here, Mr. Zhongli. I've been looking for you.
Put down your weapon and stay back.
First of all, I'm not holding a weapon. There's no need to overreact.
The Fatui say that every...
But this time, I registered with the Liyue Ministry of Civil Affairs. I could show you the official documentation if you want. I will be conducting an archaeological survey here. I heard that Wangsheng Funeral Parlor had a consultant named Zhang Li, with immense knowledge of ancient history and archaeology. So
you mean to say that this is work for the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, yes? Well, since it's work, I don't have a choice.
Of course you would be such a reasonable man. Well then, let's head out now.
Wait, if you are studying archaeology, can I go too?
That will give us a chance to continue the topic we were just discussing. Oh, and you should tag along too. This experience may be It is a story from before the rise of the Seven. Although the god of salt has already perished, it will still be a meaningful experience for your...
Wait. This is an archaeological expedition, not...
But this friend of mine has a treasure-finding talent, surpassed by no one. It will...
Oh? What
If my friend espies a treasure chest, they will absolutely find a way...
Hey, Paimon's good at that too!
Well, that is quite enticing. Well, let's go. There's no time to waste. An ancient artifact would be good. Traces of ancient activity would be great. But a piece of the god... This place looks so ordinary. Can we really...
Huh?
I don't mean the scenery, but rather that there should be something out of the ordinary. A big battle did just occur and all.
Guyan Stone Forest is actually the perfect place. Legend has it that Rex Lapis threw spears made of large rock into the sea here. After many years of wind erosion...
These mountains were the Lord of...
What we see now is just the part of them that remains. The stone spears hurled by Rex Lap, but due to the different angles they landed at, their large centers of mass, erosion by seawater, and years of So besides wind erosion, the initial collapsing of the stone spears also played a big part.
Well, a god able to fight one so powerful as Rex Lapis was certainly very...
Indeed. This is where the value lies in research at Guyan's. Most of the objects from that time were lost to the sea. But the gigantic waves created by the Overlord of the Vortex have given those sunken objects a chance to see the light.
So you're saying that if we look carefully, we'll be able to get very... rich. Well, since we brought so many people, I think it...
Okay then. I will go with my...
Huh? Me?
What's the matter? This is your profession.
I get it.
Okay. If we find...
Let's dance. May I present?
The world remains constant over the centuries, but human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water.
This place looks so ordinary. Can we really find it?
Huh?
I don't mean... Guyan Stone legend has it that after many...
These mountains?
What we see now, but do so besides...
Well, a god able...
Indeed, most of the objects.
So you're saying... I mean... Well, since...
Okay then.
Huh? Me?
What's the matter?
I get it.
Okay. The ancient god probably left behind lots of elemental marks. Following them should make our search much easier.
Well, go ahead then. Use your elemental sight to look for any marks.
Rain cutter.
Time to go.
Shine down.
Why are there enemies here?
Guyan Stone Forest is a place where a god was defeated, and its remnants still affect the area to this day.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
Let the show begin.
Body and no, my sword.
Higher, higher, hands on fire.
There is no escape.
Huh?
cute treasure coffin! I'll protect us. Together here. But why?
See that object in the center? Perhaps it emits the remnant strength of the god. That would certainly attract them. The I have a contract. I must put my personal feelings aside. Go ahead. Defeat them and recover the relic. It's just a stone slab, but its design is quite unique. There should be enough to garner some information. Let's head back.
You call yourself a scholar of archaeology?
We all have our areas of expertise.
Oh, stop arguing!
This girl just keeps bragging about how she's an archaeologist, but she doesn't even know anything about... She left me to rely solely on guessing. Experience, to find any...
I've just been researching the god of salt, so I'm not familiar with sea relics. Is that so strange? And you kept asking about how much Mora everything is worth. Can the value of relics only be...
isn't measuring their value in Mora the...
Now, calm down. Oh, what a shame. These objects were indeed washed ashore by the Overlord of the Vortex, but they have nothing to do with the god besides being in the vicinity at the time. The stone slab we found, however, has a mysterious pattern and faint aura of divine power.
Quick, give it to me! At least we didn't come for nothing. The power of the... Oh, but these other objects are certainly worth a little something, right? It should be...
So, it's only valuable for research if there are remnants of divine power on it?
Not at all. My quest to uncover the history of the god of salt is because history can tell us about culture and beliefs. But you're just trying to use archaeology to get rich.
Nonsense! I'm a professional archaeology researcher from Snezhnaya. I swear, if I'm lying...
Oh, by the way, you probably don't want to sell that...
Oh? Why's that?
That's not an ancient teacup. It's part of Ningguang's collection.
I see. What is...
See? You do want to...
So what? Why can't I pursue... All right, then. No need to stay here any longer.
Everyone is working super hard. We should be too.
I heard that Salterai was once the home of the god of Salt's people. Therefore, there's sure to be loads of valuable relics nearby.
According to legend, the people of the god of... But this legend has been around for ages. With the countless scrap collectors and treasure hoarders in the area, there probably aren't many valuable things left here.
Oh, good. That's just great. If I knew it was picked this clean before, I wouldn't have come.
About that, I know there's a ruin deep in this cave here. It's related to the god of Salt, which is actually how the area originally got its name of Salterai. However, the ruin entrance has been sealed by a mysterious power. I found a mechanism that seemed to be related to the seal, but... So at the moment, the seal's origin and how to break it are very important topics in my research on the god of Salt. I don't know. There's no concrete evidence. The god of Salt was a benevolent god, adored by the people. So, the one who wants to hide some truth is very possibly her killer, Morax.
This doesn't sound like something the Lord of...
Who cares about all that? It sounds like countless treasures of the god of Salt lie within this ruin, just waiting for someone to...
You weren't listening at all, were you? Ugh. Even if there's a mountain of treasures inside, nobody can get in.
Ah, but we have the illustrious Mr. Zhongli with us. He looks like he knows just about everything. A little seal.
This seal seems to be quite ancient.
I may know something about...
What?
Over the years, I've heard various rumors with bits of knowledge about seals. Although their references seem rather disorderly, they do in fact contain the secret to breaking seals. Let's go take a look at the mechanism Miss Wanyan just...
Okay, since Mr. Zhongli says so. Here it is. There's some debris scattered here that, when put together, look like they definitely had to do with the god of Salt. According to the inscription on the side, if one looks from a certain angle, the secret to the mechanism will be revealed. See that? Although we activated the mechanism, nothing happened to the seal.
That's because there's actually another mechanism that must be activated.
Another?
Let me...
This place seems familiar. Huh, I remember when I investigated the seal last time, I had someone with a vision accompany me. But when we lit up all the elemental monuments...
That's because you don't just need to activate them at the same time. The secret to this puzzle is hidden in the Tianheng in the south, Yaoguang in the east, Jueyun in the west, Qingce in the north. All desolate and devoid of life.
To the north, to the east, do the people of Liu...
I think...
Certainly you have. And the contents of this saying are also related to the god of Salt, to provide a haven for her people, whose lives had been wrecked at that time, with the chaotic fires of war engulfing the land, and that haven she eventually found is right here.
How sad, then. In the end...
Okay, enough with these ancient stories.
Tianheng in the south, Yaoguang in the east, Jueyun. With this clue, you should...
There is no escape!
Look!
down! There is no escape! Illusion shattered!
Jianheng in the south, Yaoguang in the east, Jueyun in the west, Jingze in the north. The directions are the clue. Give it another try.
There is no escape! Illusion shattered! There is no escape! Inazuma shines eternal!
Jianheng in the south, Yaoguang in the east, Jueyun in the west, Jingze in the north. The directions are the clue. Give it another try.
Illusion shattered! With you all the way. He serves no purpose whatsoever.
Look! The seal really was broken! Mr. Zhongli is indeed...
It was nothing, really. Now, it's time that people learn the hidden truth lost to time. Before entering the ruin, I have a proposal that will help us
Okay.
I propose you two agree upon a contract, stipulating that we alternate who gets claim to each treasure we encounter. With only one to show my sincerity, I won't be taking any treasure.
Hey! Don't pass...
I don't agree. I mean, you want me to split?
I don't agree either. He will only
Well then, if the contract is not you will have to rely on your own experience to find whatever treasure.
You have the audacity to demand this. Okay then.
If you want me to agree upon this contract, so be it. If we discover the truth behind the god of salt,
I can accept this. Well then.
Are these statues?
No. These are people.
Ugh.
They were probably followers of the god of salt.
How did they become this way?
What in the world is hidden deep in this ruin?
No, my sword! Go, Barbara, go!
Quake! Crumble!
Look at this!
Oh, it just looks like a fancy salt hole.
According to my knowledge, it's no ordinary vessel. Although it is only half full, it is also forever half full. That is to say, it...
What? You're saying that even if I pour the salt out, the amount inside...
Exactly.
Able to produce endless salt.
Finally. After all that effort, I just need to pour the endless salt into 1,000 or 10,000 bags.
Hey! How can you
If Mr. Clement wants this salt chalice, then the next op...
Of course, as we agreed. But how can...
Since we have a contract...
Then let's move on, shall we?
Let's dance.
I will have order.
Rise!
Just a simple...
This, if I remember correctly...
Indeed. But the god of salt, when you stick this ruler in the ground, the surrounding area will become... The deeper it is stuck in the ground, the more salt will appear.
What? That's even better than...
Well then, according to our contract...
No, unacceptable. I paid for... And this girl has been useless! Why?
Oh boy, here we go again.
So you are saying you want to...
So what if I break it? Now that I've seen how the mechanism... Let's not forget who hired who here. Why
Because you agreed to a... Rex Lapis once said, ones who...
That is one of your Liyue gods.
Will suffer the wrath of the rock.
Crumble!
Witness the power of good!
Shine down!
Leaving so soon!
Torn to oblivion!
Can't run from death.
I shall confiscate your treasure. You are not worthy to continue any further.
Oh, darn you!
Some archaeological survey. He could... Hey, Paimon likes...
Clement's wrongdoing stemmed from greed, yes. But besides greed, when people see the object of their dreams, I think we should be honest.
Huh?
That in truth, not a single member...
Why do you...
Miss, you lack even the most basic archaeological knowledge, and can recognize not... You aren't interested in archaeology or relics. I believe those legends about the god of salt that you mentioned on the...
Okay, that's enough, sir. You are indeed a man of great knowledge and... You're right. I'm not a scholar of archaeology. Our ancestors were those protected by the god of salt all those years ago, when the Archon War engulfed the land in chaos.
Oh, right. Now
During the war, Morax assassinated our god out of envy for her power. We hate him! So I seek proof of Morax's guilt. We agreed to a contract that we will face the truth head on.
Naturally, of course. Come with me.
Illusion shattered!
Quake! Rise! Crumble! Quake! Order guide you! Crumble! Quake!
I'll protect us. No, my sword!
Shine down!
Crumble! This is order! Solidify!
There is no escape!
Let the show begin.
This is... Aha! It's a broken sword! This is proof! This proves that the power of this sword surely is much... If we can repair the sword, then we can...
2 pieces of a broken sword. From an archaeological perspective, these are 2 separate relics. According...
Why? We were alternating claims to treasure, true. But
Yes. But the only one object per claim clause...
Zhangli, she...
When there's a contract, nothing can be allowed to slide.
No! If I only take 1/2, then it can't be repaired, no matter what. Even if it breaks the contract.
So you are already decided? That is to say, you consign your...
That's okay. Punish me however you want.
No, you can't...
Perhaps that punishment would be easy as punishment.
Huh? The truth.
Yes. I'm afraid to say that the god of salt, Havria, was not the powerful... Rather, she was a small and weak god who yielded to all other gods. When it came to war, she lost.
What?
During the Archon War, the gods of this world used all their strength and cunning to vie for control of Tevat. But Havria instead chose to flee. She thought that by giving up before a fight could start, she could save herself and her people. However, during such a long war, after making countless concessions, Havria lost all of...
No.
In her last days, she had not even a single...
Not even a single blade?
This sword is not a relic belonging to the god of salt.
Murder weapon? No! That's not true! That can't...
As I said before...
Preposterous!
Hey! Come back!
Indeed. Otherwise, why would I use the truth as punishment? Let's follow her deeper into the room.
Go, Barbara, go! Are these statue thingies running? What will we find ahead?
assault and betrayal.
What are all these? What did they see? What?
Since you do not trust me, let us continue onward. That which lies beyond this door. This is the scene of the crime. Havria's body dissipated, leaving nothing but these traces of salt. Her dying... The story continues that some among her people realized at last that this gentle, kind, but weak god, the Archon War, was cruel in the extreme. Instead of no matter how weak the god, the power that flows forth when they are slain is beyond the strength of mortal coils to bear. Those who could not flee were thus transformed. Those of her people who were untouched by this disaster left for Liyue, where they sought refuge with Rex Lapis. Their descendants feared Havria's remnants and lived in terror that she had... So they risked their lives to come here, to break the sword and offer up obeisance. But they need not have done so. For how could a god who had never once resisted, even till the end, nurse hatred for her people in her heart?
This must be a lie. Don't you dare try to...
Yikes.
This is the price she must pay. Judging by how she appeared, I fear that she will struggle for a time. But even if she may not escape that struggle immediately, indeed, faith in a god who has already passed will do. So it is for Havria. And so it is for... All right then. Now...
Huh?
Treading old ground, one cannot help but be reminded...
I'll protect us.
The world remains constant over the centuries, but human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory. All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion. I stand before it, alone and unchanging.
Inazuma shines eternally!
No, my sword! Rain cutter!
Let the show begin.
Illusion shattered! Now you shall perish!
Come on, we can do it!
Now, I mentioned before that the Adepti have presently handed Liyue over to mortals, and Havria's time was even further in the past. The salt chalice and salt ruler that she left behind should not return to Liyue. To leave them here is to let them slumber. And I ended an era with my own two hands. I've always wondered how I should remember that which I ended. History records, but history may be changed. This incident proved that. Time is a mighty force, and histories. I need to find a better way of recording history. Stone carvings were one such ancient method, but unchanging stone, immovable earth.
Zhongli.
Therefore, I thought of you. You are one who crosses the celestial atlas, and who passes through countless worlds. As long as a traveler like you is able to record what happened, then a backup of sorts will exist for times and tides of Teyvat.
Sounds like tough work.
Now then, it is time that we consign. As I said before, this includes Osial, Overlord of the Vortex. Thousands of years ago, the Adepti and I fought against the turmoil that plagued every corner of this land. Guyan Stone Forest, where I sealed many gods with my spears. After so long, naught but folk tales remain. Osial, you and I were foes, but our ancient grudge is but a bygone memory now. May that which Havria has left behind be yours to subsume. And thus another spark of divinity departs from Liyue. My legacy shall now be left to those who come after to debate.
It's shocking how much work there is to do, even for the three of us.
And she's been handling it alone all along. The Qixing secretary clearly isn't an ordinary.
Huh? You're...
Aren't you Ningguang's servants? How come you're here?
We are Miss Ningguang's private.
Have you seen Miss Ganyu, Traveler? It has been several days since Ganyu left for Joyun Karst. She's the
Even though the Qixing have made peace with the Adepti after the latter had denounced Liyue, they still want to pay their respects to the Illuminated Ones. They commissioned Ganyu as their envoy to deliver a letter to Joyun Karst and bring the Adepti the latest news about the crisis. Still, Ganyu should have been back to her usual responsibilities by now, but she's disappeared without a trace.
Is that so? Maybe Ganyu just took a little detour. Who can blame her after working so hard?
I'm afraid it's not very likely. Ever since we met Ms. Ganyu, she's been nothing but the most conscientious person in all of Liyue. Even when it's time for her annual leave, Ms. Ganyu stays on duty at Yue High Pavilion. She couldn't possibly be using her mission as an excuse to slack off.
Oh, Paimon sees how it is. But she's
It's because of this absurd work. When we first heard the three of us would be taking over for Miss Ganyu,
We couldn't have imagined that Miss Ganyu's daily workload far exceeds what the three of us are used to doing.
We don't even know how long we've been working. We feel guilty for taking even a short breather like we are now.
Looks like you got a serious emergency.
Speaking of Julian Karst, Traveler.
Of course! We've been there lots of...
Ah, that's good news. Could you go to Julian Karst and find Miss Ganyu for us? We're saved.
It's about time she came back.
No, perhaps we should go to Lady Ningguang first and bring up our overtime pay again.
So Ganyu let... We should hurry up. Paimon hopes we can find her there.
Sister.
Go, Barbara, go! I'll protect us. Let's dance.
Shine down! There is no escape! Rain outlines your fate. Time to act. No, my sword! Illusion shattered! Shine down! Body and mind. Rain outlines your...
I'll protect us. Remember the first time we came here, and when we told her that Rex Lapis had been assassinated, she immediately threatened to squash Liyue Harbor. We probably don't need to bring any offerings now that we've gotten to know her pretty well, right? Still, huh? Traveler, did something catch your eye? Whoa, what a pretty lady. Is she also here to visit Cloud Retainer? Yeah, you're right. All it takes is one look and you can tell she's someone special. As expected of that bird lady, really. Okay, but if we're both friends of Cloud Retainer, then we're basically friends by association. Helping you make more connections is a part of Paimon's job as your reliable guide. Paimon's got this.
You two... What is this tomfoolery? Has this shift in forms...
Wait, huh? You're the illuminated bird?
Oh, donning human form is scarcely any test of one's abilities. As for your confusion, one merely had no reason to indulge such inclinations before.
So, you're indulging now?
Well, one has made plans to pay a visit to some disciples at Liyue Harbor. Taking on a human...
You? Worrying about keeping a low profile? You're the one who likes to pop up out of nowhere all over the place! In fact, Paimon can think of several examples, like that time when you suddenly appeared on top of a roof without any warning, or... Hey, didn't we agree not to bring that up unless she asked?
Oh? So you have taken care to follow the One has never found oneself lacking in basic comforts. On the contrary, it is the gesture that one values above all else, so long as you've shown
That kinda makes Paimon feel a little guilty for trying to keep them for herself. Anyway, right. So by deciding...
One planned to extend the invitation even if you had not raised the matter yourself. Shanhe and Ganyu should be... However, one would first inquire as to the reason behind your visit here. You have cause to seek one's company?
Yeah, we just found ourselves missing you and wanted to see how you were doing. We were hoping you'd tell us when
Is that so? If there are no urgent matters at hand, then let us make haste for Liyue Harbor. Ganyu is likely still working at Yuehai Pavilion, so that shall be our first...
Sounds great! Then let's all go to Liyue Harbor!
Ganyu has been quite busy with work as of late. One can count on one talon the number of times she returns to Mount Outsong each year. Shanhe has also secured employment recently. In her correspondence with me, she wrote that she shall have no need to return for the foreseeable future. Did they think one was so easily mollified? One shall investigate everything with one...
We're almost at Yuehai Pavilion! Hey, do you think Guess we have no idea if Shanhe and Ganyu have ever seen her in this form before. Wait, where did she go? Why are you just standing there, Cloud Retainer?
quietly now. One shall stay here.
But why?
If one were to proudly proclaim one's presence, Ganyu would surely profess herself otherwise unoccupied. One does not wish to trouble her.
Fair enough. Makes sense.
Cloud Retainer?
Oh!
Is that lady some? She is indeed. I'm sorry, Huixin, but could we delay the upcoming meeting?
Oh, not to worry, Miss Ganyu.
Thank you, Huixin.
It's been a while, Ganyu.
Greetings. What brings you here today? And Cloud Retainer, too.
You are quite mistaken. One is not acquainted with the...
Seems she's not buying it.
That was but a simple test. One did not expect you to be able to
But recognizing you is...
One was simply passing by while attending to some important business. One thought it would only be fitting to pay you a visit while in the area.
Wait, Paimon wasn't aware of any important... Cloud Retainer's right! We've still got something.
Oh, is that so? But it's been so long since we last saw each other.
One simply desired to see you and had no intention of interrupting your work. A quick conversation should suffice for today.
I understand.
While one acknowledges the amount of work that you have to deal with every day, one must also remind you to rest. Though Adepti blood flows, it still makes one nostalgic to see you as you are now, respected and independent. When you were young, you oft begged one to cuddle you to sleep when you
Cloud Retainer!
If you insist. We are running short on time regardless, so one will refrain from going...
Wow, you've been to so many new places since the last time. Also, forgive me for my presumptuousness, Cloud Retainer, but if you plan to continue appear...
A human name? Huh.
You really think so?
You presume to know the extent of one's illustrious achievements. One would hardly think such a thing to be possible. Nevertheless...
Can you?
I assume that's a reference to the full... An Adeptus of years past would rise with the clouds and rest with the moon. They were enlightened and wise.
Oh, that sounds super cool!
Actually, those lines were originally written to...
Huh? Wait, so you're really that powerful?
And what of it? Did you truly take one to be nothing more than a bird of bigger than...
Not exact.
To be fair, Cloud Retainer rarely speaks of her past accomplishment. It is said that once, a long, long time ago, there was a severe drought in... Although I did not live through such tragedy, simply reading about it on top of the drought, a noxious gas also began to spread through the land. If not for Cloud Retainer's effort, the books had this to say about what happened. Upon arrival, the Adeptus borrowed the wind to retain the clouds. Immediately, the clouds gathered together, and abundant rain burst forth from the heavens. Drought and plague were both driven away, and...
Wow, that's incredible!
Mortal records add embellishments to dramatize past events. One did merely what one ought.
Even so, you stopped an entire drought! Oh, Paimon suddenly has a lot more respect for you.
How laughable. A name is but a simple label we carry with us on our journey through the world. Why...
That's a relief. And that...
Well, that is quite enough ancient history for now. Ganyu, have you had word from Shenhe? One has heard that she procured a job recently. Have you any thoughts on her workplace? And moreover, does she find herself overly inundated with work?
There is no cause for concern, Cloud Retainer. I introduced Chef Wanmin Restaurant's business has been booming recently. So, with Chef Mao being swamped with customers...
I see. Most excellent indeed. One has had the pleasure of being introduced to that family. Now, it is almost time to partake in the victuals of noon. One shall visit Wanmin Restaurant in person and see how Shenhe is doing.
Huh? But didn't you just say that you had something important to do?
wait until after we've eaten?
You may return to your work, Ganyu. One shall see to this matter on one's own. There will be many an occasion to dine together in the future. One is certain the opportunity shall present itself most readily.
Of course, Cloud Retainer. Please take care. Travel.
See you around, As soon as you mentioned important business to attend to, Paimon...
You get what I'm Yeah, how can I not? Not even fine food is enough to distract from the presence of...
Oh, I'm far more interested in getting her details than ordering any dishes.
You do it!
No. I think you should.
What can I get for you today?
Greetings, miss. I was just wondering.
What would you like to order?
2 servings of Mora meat to go.
Shenhe!
Welcome. It's been a while. May I take your order?
Don't welcome us as guests and greet us as old friends in the same line. It's weird.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and...
this is...
Master?
Huh?
One does not recall ever revealing this form to you before.
I've trained and lived with Master for more than 10 years. Is something the matter, Master?
Hardly. One simply learned of your employment from your letter and came to check on your well-being.
And check out the great...
Indeed. It's almost lunchtime. My apologies. I'm still on the clock and can't talk for very long.
Well, if it isn't the Traveler in Paimon, the lunch rush isn't in yet, Shenhe. So, I've got things. Go ahead, sit down and enjoy some...
Thank you, Chef Ma...
Let me tell you how.
Should I save this money?
Let me tell you this.
Leo's really got a lot going for it.
It is just as one expected. The owner of Wanmin Restaurant is indeed a most reasonable and accommodating human. Still, the work here entails dealing with quite a varied group of people. Has this been difficult for you, Shenhe?
It's been manageable so far. I sometimes run into strange people, but I have figured out a way to deal with them.
Seems like you've been making progress. So by dealing with them, you mean...
First, I try to talk sense into them. If that doesn't work, I threaten them with violence. At this point, they usually decide they are in favor of a civil conversation.
Oh, how should Paimon put this?
Oh, a sensible plan. One is gladdened to see you integrate so well into
And you, Master?
Simply marvelous.
I see. Oh. I have missed Master quite a bit too. Even though work has been busy lately.
Oh, you did?
Whoa, her mood shot up just like that.
By the way, Master, since you are in Liyue Harbor...
Indeed. She is similarly preoccupied with her work. There was time only to exchange a few simple pleasantries.
Ganyu told us the story of Cloud Retainer's name. It was amazing. We never knew how powerful she was before.
I see. In that case, allow me to also share a story about Master's path.
Oh?
Is that a problem, Master?
No, not a problem. One was simply caught off guard. But no matter. Please, proceed. One is most curious to see how much of one's own conversational prowess you possess.
Master once participated in a race against Mooncarver. After Mooncarver lost, he insisted that Master's ability to fly gave her a natural edge in such a contest. In response, Master agreed to forego flying in return for being able to use one of her devices in the race. Mooncarver accepted, only to find Master with a brand new device on the day of the contest.
Huh, what kind of device was it?
It was a mechanical vehicle made out of iron. What was it called again? Oh, an electro-powered bicycle?
Oh, you refer to the bicyclical Thunder Flashmobile. One spent 49 days conceptualizing and crafting it. It need only be infused with adeptal energy, and it can cover thousands of miles in one day. Oh, it boggles the mind why Mooncarver ever supposed he might best me in a contest of locomotion. Though he sprinted with all his might, he could... Alas, the one flaw of my mechanism lay in its weakness against mountainous terrain. One was thwarted mere seconds from victory, when it was thrown off course and failed to make it across the final...
Master, that was the end of that story.
Is that so? Huh. With you gone, one has seldom felt the desire to call upon those old fossils for another contest. What is a race without spectators, after all?
Have you been lonely, Master?
Lonely? Huh. At one's age, entire human generations come and go in the blink of an eye. Even one's own self-directed musings can span several days and nights. 'Tis a most foreign sentiment. The mere mention of it is preposterous. What is the reason for that look upon your face?
It's nothing. It's just... Well, Paimon gained a lot of respect for you after listening to that story of you summoning the rain and everything. But all it took was a few words out of your mouth, and it's like you're back to being that illuminated bird again. I was just a little bit confused. Which one of the two is the real Cloud Retainer?
To me, they are both, Master. One is the Master that's widely revered by the people, while the other is the Master that I respect and adore.
Huh. One finds oneself exalted yet again with sweet words of praise and flattery of a most extravagant nature. You chose to exalt one with your words, yet this is not to say that your words paint an inact...
She got, like, What, 2 sentences of flattery from her disciple, and it's as if her ego is about to burst.
Do you have any empty tables?
Hey there, could we get another fish stew?
I'm hearing more guests come in. I should get back to work.
Alright, good luck with the lunchtime rush, Shenhe.
Mm-hmm. I'll try my best.
So much yummy food! Paimon's gonna feast!
One is fond of all kinds of delicacies and delights in a multitude of flavors. The dishes here demonstrate no shortage of culinary skill. Their unique flavor profile has left one more than satisfied. In fact, one has been struck by quite the fit of inspiration. One has already begun to conceptualize the next generation of supreme cuisine machines.
Everything's so tasty! A bit too hot at times, but still super tasty.
I'm sorry, miss, but our tables are full.
Shall we try somewhere else? But it smells so delightful.
Well, you could always check with some of the other guests and...
Okay, I'll... Excuse me. Would you mind letting us share a table with you?
Ah, well, Paimon doesn't mind. What about you guys?
Great! Thanks so much. My name is Shuyu, and this is my granny, Yuendai.
Granny?
Yep. Is there something wrong with that?
No, Paimon's just a bit surprised. She looks so young.
Yeah. A lot of people compliment Granny on her youthful looks, but she's actually much older than she appears. Granny? Why don't you...
Huh.
No.
Tis a fated meeting, then. Please, take a seat.
What would you like to eat, Granny? I can order for you.
I want braised earthworms. They always pop up out of the ground after a rainstorm.
No, not this again. Granny, there's no braised earthworms on the menu.
Braised earthworms? Well, that sounds weird. Do people actually eat that? Right, that's what Paimon would... Need any help?
Help? Oh, do you mean with Granny? Thanks, that's nice of you to offer. Granny has pretty bad dementia, so her memory's getting worse all the time. She's always saying things that sound kinda confusing. Actually, her memory's been bad ever since I was little. But it's gotten so bad lately that I even have to remind her who I am every morning. They died young. It's just me and Granny now. Oh, but it's okay. Don't feel bad. Granny loves me a lot, and I love her a lot too. Sure, it's hard at times, but you just gotta make the best of the life you've got.
Wow, you're really tough for your age, kid.
You're too kind.
And me?
You're tough too, Granny. Plus, you're really...
Yes, and it's hardly as if I forget everything. I still remember the important things. Wait, what was that really important thing again? Ah, I remember now. It was a dream. I had a dream.
Huh? That sounds super important. But how come you've never told me about it before?
It was just a dream, so I forgot about it. But I'm in a good mood now, and somehow I remembered it again. You know, I believe I've had...
Wait, so you have a reoccurring dream where someone's talking to you? That sounds spooky. Oh, does that mean you're possessed?
Unlikely. Her eyes are clear, and her breathing remains calm and level. One sees no signs of possession.
Are you sure?
Who do you take me for? Is one not an adept?
You're right. Paimon almost forgot you're the expert. In that case...
Not anymore. Although, I have a sense that she looked rather like me. But not as I am now.
A younger version of Granny?
This is just getting weirder and weirder. What is going on here?
As one said, fate must have...
Are you sure?
Paimon's Paimon.
Just Shenyun is...
Thank you all so much for offering to help. But...
Oh, we don't need any payment for this. You're welcome. But Miss Jen, all we have to go off is that dream.
That is elementary. Since her dreams portray her younger self, then we shall retrace the steps of her youth. Once we have revisited those places...
Sounds like a plan. So, Granny, do you remember which places you went to when you were young?
Why, of course I do.
Okay.
Once, when I was really little, my dad told me that Granny used to be a martial artist. If it's true, then maybe they wrote about
a martial arts heroine? Oh, Shincho knows tons about Liu.
Are you leaving already?
I'll go order some food, Granny. If there's nothing on the menu,
It seems we must part ways for now. The Traveler and Paimon are bound for the Feiyun Commerce Guild, while Yuendai and Shuyu shall remain here and partake of their lunch. As for myself, I have met...
Street word rambler?
Precisely. Let us meet at Yujing Terrace once...
For this price, the food is unbelievable.
Time to act.
Today is my treat. Listen, let me tell you how.
It's you.
Shincho! Great,
That's not a whole lot of information to go off of. I don't know if I can say for sure. I can't pinpoint her identity from your description alone. But...
Nameless heroine?
That's right. The novels often speak of a great drought from 50 years ago. As the people suffered, a nameless heroine, all they knew was that she always acted alone. Later, though, she supposedly fell in love with a similarly noble-minded exorcist from Mount Tianheng. They were well matched in more ways than one, often fighting together after the drought ended. The heroine and the exorcist left the public eye. The way this nameless heroine faded from fame into obscurity later in life is not too dissimilar from Miss Yuendai.
Thanks a lot, Shincho.
It's nothing at all. Just something I came across while reading. I did do a bit of...
Well, Paimon still thinks that's super cool. Oh, wait, Shincho, if you...
Let me think. In the novels, the nameless heroine always appeared near one of 3 places. Wangshu Inn, the area just north of Jueyun Karst, and perhaps the real-life heroine who inspired the character was also often seen near those... You're welcome. To be honest, I found some parts of the... It's rare for a chivalric hero to fade into obscurity during their lifetime. Even after retiring from the public eye, I've never understood why someone would go to such lengths to erase themselves from public memory.
We'll be sure to tell you if we manage to uncover...
That's a deal. Perhaps.
Paimon feels like we just learned... Oh, right! There's a drought in this story, too!
Well, they used to be. But... So while droughts do happen from time to time, they are rarely regarded as true disasters. The drought 50 years ago, the crops withered, the streams ran dry, and the monsters in the mountains
That sounds odd.
Yeah. And that's exactly why the nameless heroine was so beloved. Still, as terrible as that drought was, they say that back in those days, disasters were both more severe and more common. Only the Do you have any other questions?
We're good for now. We're just going to head back and meet up with Miss Yanyan. Paimon hopes that Granny you end up. Anyway, we'll be off now. See you some other time.
It's no problem at all.
I can't wait to see the door with all.
Body and mind. Time to act.
Buying or not?
Body and mind.
I have recorded the tune that you requested. I hope it will be of help to you.
Oh, thank you. Straight word, ping.
Oh, it's no serious matter. I was just reminiscing about the last time I saw you in this form. Time has wrought such...
Time has little bearing on one's existence, nor has one keenly felt its effects whilst dwelling at Mount Outsong. Nevertheless, Ping...
Oh, why so formal?
Well, approximately how much more would one need to afford a comfortable life in the harbor?
It does not require as much...
Cloud Retainer, Madam Ping!
Nothing save for some trivial matters.
Shinjo has a theory, but let's save it for when she...
Do not be troubled, young lady.
Thank you so much.
What do you think, Shuyu? Does it match up with what...
According to the story, the nameless heroine eventually fell in love with an exorcist from Mount Tia. I don't have many memories of him, but there was this one time I found a box in her attic full of a bunch of weird sigils. I think so too. Granny might remember something once she's returned to a familiar place.
What marvelous tea. I can taste the dew's sweet. It's as if I was taking a stroll in the mountains.
Is that so? Then please drink as much as you like.
Thank you.
Okay, since we have the time...
Sure thing. What would you like to know?
I have a secret I want to tell you. Let's go talk over there.
What's wrong, Shuyu?
Well, I've been kind of meaning to ask ever since...
Oh! About that.
Well, you guys just seem super special.
Oh, must have been a slip of the tongue. Shanyu...
One is indeed an adeptus.
Huh?
I knew it. Well, one time when I was a little kid, I had this super high fever, and Granny wasn't around. I was feeling all... She put me on her back and flew me to her cool Adeptus house and fed me some sort of magic potion. I really wanted to thank her, so I just kind of wanted...
A pure white illuminated crane? The only two we've ever met are blue and white and black and brown. Have you ever met one that's pure white, Clem?
Never has one met an adeptus with such features.
That's weird. Well, even if it was just in my head, it doesn't matter that much.
Leave it to us! Now let's go to Wangshu.
Okay, I'll go...
Wangshu.
Do you remember this place, Grit?
Yes. The fish here is very delicious. And if you look, I believe I used to have a room here.
I'll come with.
Paimon's still having some trouble understanding what she's talking about, but if she's so
I sensed a non-human presence and decided to come. If you're here, then there's likely no trouble. It's been a while, Cloud Retainer. I see you have. I have indeed. I fought along.
Oh, wow! What was she like to... Oh, wait, let Paimon take a guess. Was it anything like this?
Behold, the glory of one's newest invention, the bait!
An impressive imitation.
Paimon...
Even so, Cloud Retainer was not always as ostentatious as you describe. The Archon War reached its peak after Guizhong's death. The Cloud Retainer who fought beside me in those devastating battles was taciturn and...
A Cloud Retainer who barely talks? Paimon can't picture it.
Once one had bid farewell to the world of mortals. What use when dwelling between mountain and forest, away from the struggles and troubles of the mortal world?
After the war, Cloud Retainer retired to Mount Outsong, only revealed... Although I do believe there was an occasion some 30-odd years ago, when she decided to don her human form.
One believes there is little need...
Granny, are you okay?
Perhaps this conversation should end here. Should you encounter any trouble, you need only call my name. However,
Everyone! I think Granny is fine.
Slowly now.
A long time ago.
Huh. So what Shinjo...
I don't remember. I'm very sorry, but I was confined to my room in Wangshu Inn, where I spent many days unconscious. One day, I met a traveling merchant. Upon hearing of my illness, he told me that the pills were concocted using Adepti blood and could be used to alleviate my symptoms. Sure enough, I made a full recovery.
Wait, but if your illness remained dormant for several decades, are you saying that and it was all thanks to the pills that you managed to keep the symptoms and...
I'm sorry, I don't...
Hey! You're not used...
Oh, fret not, dear child.
The recovery of a person's memories is a gradual process. Finding pieces of one's past is always superior to not finding anything at all. Let us make haste to the next location.
Next location... There isn't really a landmark there, so where should we... After all, if she was there for any length of time, then she would have stayed... And away I go! Coming through!
I don't remember this. Still, I was thinking...
Huh? Why?
I'm not sure. Maybe...
I don't remember playing it that much.
Not here. cozy in here. Nap time! I'm out of here!
Over here!
Paimon sees an abandoned house! Why don't we take a break over there?
This place. It's...
Did you remember something, Granny?
I remember. It was a moonless night. I had been injured, so your grandpa was supporting me. We fled together with some being in the fog behind us in hot pursuit. I had exhausted my strength when the labor pains came on, so I remember that night. I remember I alone am the source of the
sin.
I don't know. I don't remember. I only... Eventually, the house was filled with the sound of my baby's first cries. That baby was your father.
My dad?
He was my pride and joy. And so are you, Shuyu. But you're... always going to be different from me. I
don't care what you might have done, Granny.
You're too sweet, Shuyu. I'm lucky to have you with me. If not for you, I would not have had the courage to come here, to try to remember what I had forgotten. All right, let's not stand around any longer.
If one recalls correctly, the next place should be Qingyun Peak. You and I have...
Seems Linny is saying some strange things again. It's really worrying.
Step on us!
We're finally here. Does this place feel familiar to you, Granny One Day?
Let me see. How strange. Have I... When we were at Wangshu Inn and the abandoned house earlier, though I couldn't remember everything, I still felt a sense of them. But here, I don't have that feeling. Perhaps I did come here in the past, but it just...
But did the stories get it wrong then? Yeah, that's true. But the Paimon was hoping this place would jog Granny.
I'm sorry to disappoint you.
It's all right. We're not going to give up yet.
Well, thank you. Huh? That way. What's that mountain?
Oh, let Paimon look! Huh? Isn't that Mount Outsang? Looks like we've come full circle.
Mount Outsang. Mount Outsang.
Granny, are you okay? Don't push yourself, Granny. It's okay.
Mount Outsang.
Mount Outsang holds some familiar...
It does, but
Are you feeling
My head... It feels...
Cloud... Xianyun, is there anything you can do?
Let us go to Mount...
But...
Fret not, all will be well. You may leave the rest to me. I've prepared something that can aid you in suppressing the fear in your heart and restore...
Wait, really?
I never leave anything to chance.
Amber, report. Go, Barrett Bunny! Told you I'd win.
The person standing over there. That's Ganyu. We finally found her. Ganyu.
You two. I did not expect to meet you. I shouldn't. I have left the human world. Please contact...
Huh? You don't want to be the chief?
That's why you're here? You want me to come...
What?
The clouds fold and unfold. The top... When the Adepti entrusted humans with overseeing Liyue, my Adepti blood makes me unwelcome in Liyue Harbor. I delivered the letter and came back to Liyue Harbor. Perhaps that mission of mine was just a pretext to remove me. I appreciate your kind. After 1,000 years...
Who disturbs the peace of these...
Cloud Retainer?
One merely jests.
Wow, you...
Come here to chat about the old times with Ganyu. A matter leave, not to worry. One is exceptional at... yes. Since...
Cloud
Nothing to be ashamed of. You were so cute as a child. One is most certain that your friends would like to...
Oh, Paimon wants to hear it!
Little Ganyu loved when one was still taking care of her. One was pestered most often.
Wow.
Plump she was back then. Why, when she stumbled while we ascended the mountain, she would roll down to the bottom like a little ball. The day Ganyu bumped into a pilgrim was the first. So fearful she was that she hid in a rock's cleft for 2 days and nights. One found her wailing of a monster she had seen.
Cloud Retainer! Forget it. It's about time for my training. I will take my leave.
One's intention was merely...
And you did the exact...
Be that so, but returning to Ganyu, most gladdened one is of your arrival. One cannot help but feel that remaining in... One will tell you more about her, if you should... Most benevolent among all Adepti are the Qilin. They drink only spring water and eat only whole grain. But perhaps the mountainous dwellings of Adepti in Jueyun Karst might be too lonely for her human side. Under moonlight did one see her last. She stood by the precipice's edge, and upon the mist-veiled mountains she gazed. Her thin figure was immersed in the vast sea of clouds. One noticed her loneliness, and sought to convince her to go back to the human world. But just then, she said thus.
Liyue Harbor feels even lonelier than Juyun Karst. When I look at the sea of clouds in Juyun Karst, I merely feel the loneliness of a solitary cloud gazer. When I step into the sea of people in Liyue, I feel the loneliness of an inhuman that doesn't belong in the human world.
One did, by chance, hear this much of God alone. She will find her predicament hard to conquer.
Oh, Retainer's right. We can't leave Ganyu depressed like that. Anyways, what's that?
She has sought to reclaim her Adeptus side since returning to Juyun Karst.
She should be in the southern part of Mount Aotsung.
Huh, is that so? So here you are, Gun.
Why did you come here? Is that so? This trial was prepared by Cloud Retainer. The training is much to her signature style.
Is it
No, I'm aware of your strength, Traveler. If you're ready, we...
No touching.
If you could see through the eyes of an Adeptus, you wouldn't be so surprised. Next on the agenda... We're way behind schedule. We've completed the task. Hardships are a fact of life.
Ganyu, what were you planning?
The training's not over yet.
Huh? So there are...
No.
Who is it?
conqueror of demons.
Huh. So it's Shell. That cool up.
I found him unapproachable at first, too. He's already waiting for me.
Of course we are.
You're half an hour late. I see you still haven't abandoned.
I'm sorry. I had a meeting with.
I don't need your explanations and don't require any.
Shell is such a strict.
You're neither an adeptus nor a human. Always instead of explaining yourself to me.
I have nothing to hide.
The body and the mind are one. If something worries your mind, the trial I've prepared for you will explore the true potential.
Yes.
The trial's begun! Paimon can feel it in the air. Even the weather's changed!
Access denied. No touching! All hail! Access denied. Born of ice and frost. This is long overdue. Access denied. No touching. Born of ice and frost. Access denied. I'm a little low on energy. All hail!
Witness the power of Gugwa.
Born of ice and frost. No touching. For Rex Lapis. We're way behind schedule. Next on the
Illusion shattered! Inazuma shines eternal! There is no escape!
Let the show be. Born of ice and frost.
Clear skies can do nothing to hide the brilliance of lightning. Divine bolts can strike even in the absence of rain. Do you see that tree? Wait.
I've completed your trial.
You don't have to report back to me. See, only you can evaluate the result of...
Xiao always has such strong opinions.
From tomorrow on, I'll start raising the...
I have to do what?
Another one of those pesky visitors. I'll leave him to you, Ganyu.
Pesky visitor? So even here there are...
Oh heavens! Blessed be Rex Lapis! I've finally come upon... Are all of you the Adepti? Great! My name's Sin Chung. I came to ask for your merciful blessings, O Adepti.
Oh, so it's a pilgrim.
I am also one of the Adepti. You can say that I'm an Adeptus in training.
Perfect! I didn't come in vain then. Although you sound a bit... What blessings can you grant me?
Wow, straight to the point.
Dear Pilgrim, you shouldn't jump to conclusions.
For free? Do you mean...
That's not what I meant. What I'm trying to say is that it would be unfair to other people if you got everything you wanted for no reason.
Hold on. I've heard this all before. You're just like my old man.
Your father must have experienced it firsthand. The lives of the common folk are riddled with hardships. But a person of your age should focus on work and family, instead of chasing after fairy tales.
Are you a real Adeptus? Why do you speak? You sure you're not one of those swindlers who poses an Adeptus to... Ugh, how dare you reprove me?
He might sorta have...
Enough! Doesn't matter if you're a real Adeptus.
Nobody... Ganyu, don't let...
I thought that coming back to Jueyun Karst but being questioned by him made me realize that But I'm unwelcome in Liyue Harbor. As an Adeptus,
It's true!
All right. I'll go with you if I'm proven right. I'll return to...
It's a step in the right direction.
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
We're finally back!
I'm still...
Come on, Ganyu! We're almost there! You don't want to turn back now, do you?
I suppose you have a point. It would be quite impolite of me to leave the two of you now.
That's right! Where do you want to go first, then?
I've spent too much time in the mountains. The first thing that comes to my mind is the sea. Let's go for a walk in the port.
Happy to come with.
Clear skies can do nothing to hide the brilliance of lightning. Divine bolts can strike even in the absence of rain. Do you see that tree? Wait, you understand? So...
The sound of the waves in this the smell of the sea breeze makes...
Ganyu, you didn't leave Liyue.
Well, I used to be so busy. I haven't taken a...
That's true!
Well, when I think about my time here, it put me in a certain mood. Similar to the one...
Is that...
I wouldn't have thought I'd meet you here.
Lady Ganyu? Why are you calling her that?
Please don't also start. Allow me to introduce.
That's all right. Just tell them the truth. They have done so.
Uncle Tien is a member of the Liyue Qixing.
What? This group the same rank?
Hush now. I must ask for your discretion. Fishing in the port and strolling about are the greatest pleasures of my life. I have no wish to be followed around by those armed guards. In most people's eyes, I'm just a forget.
Uncle Tien is too modest. He's been around for a long time. There's no one who can replace a person of such...
What an...
Uncle Tien, please. A person...
My apologies. It's not... Thank you for looking after me when I first ascended to my position.
Oh, so you've been friends...
Oh, I was just fulfilling my duties as the Qixing secretary.
Talking about secretaries... Oh.
Yes, she works at Yuehai Pavilion.
I don't know my... May I trouble you to meet her at Yuehai Pavilion?
With pleasure. Solving the Qixing's problem.
She's back in character. Just like that, huh? Let's move then. To Yuehai
Five times speed equals...
I don't know why, but...
Indeed, it has been a while. I heard that you've encountered some
My father abusing his status as a member of...
Don't worry. I'm always...
Ganyu's not only a competent secretary, but also a great mentor.
So, what can you tell me about the problem?
Where should I start? There are obvious irregularities in the tax declarations of two stores, Second Life and Wanyo Boutique. However, whether I question the shopkeepers or check their accounts, without any evidence...
I see. It's not uncommon.
Well, is there any solution you can advise?
Naturally. I've dealt with similar issues hundreds of times. Give me a moment to consider the best approach in this scenario. All right. Let's approach it this way, then. Your enemy knows you best.
Huh?
If I remember correctly, Second Life and Wanyo Boutique are old business rivals, competing for market share due to their similar wares. In that case...
In that case... I know what you mean, Miss Ganyu.
Exactly. Let's start with Wanyo Boutique. The owner's name is... Bolai, isn't it?
Yes, you're right. Follow me, please.
Ready, steady, go! Go, Barbara, go!
Aha!
So, we meet again, traveler. I suppose you're about to
That won't be necessary, Mr. Bolai. Wanyo Boutique's credit is not. Should we need to place such an order, we would certainly go to Second Life.
What? Ugh. That rascal.
Well, Second Life's credit has always been. Huh. Is there anything?
Don't let that rascal fool you. If you don't believe me, show me his tax records.
You know Second Life's business?
Of course. I'd rather lose money myself than see that rascal make some.
Well then, please look over this tax record.
Oh, of course. Line by line. Here, that exquisite wooden furniture set he bought from Fanmu Carpenters at the beginning of the year. Look at the tax record. Not a word about that furniture.
I see. He must have gotten rid of all the...
I told you so.
But, Ms. Ganyu, despite all this...
He might have destroyed all the evidence, but I believe that...
Aha! You're right! Master Lu from Fanmu Carpenters must...
I hope so. Let's go to Fanmu Carpenter. Thank you for shining a light on the...
Oh, please, that's nothing. I just hope you won't be lenient with him once you find the evidence.
I'm afraid...
It's all right, Wei-Shin. You can...
Oh, that's so considerate of...
Welcome. Well, I'm usually happy to take new apprentices, but...
Kingsa really is full of...
Hey, I heard that, Fly...
Master Lu, we've just...
Don't. Why would the Qixing care about an old man like me? Well...
You're very direct, Master Lu. Dongsheng bought some furniture from you at the beginning of the year. Do you still have...
Oh, it's about Second Life.
Sure enough, Mr. Bolai was... Could we perhaps borrow that invoice? We won't have it...
Of course you can, but... I only do my woodwork. As for old documents and such, I keep them all. But some troublemakers have recently moved there, invading. Since you need that invoice anyway, it may be best to get it from the web.
So that's what happened.
I'll leave you to it then.
Take back the warehouse, find the invoice. Time for us to show our stuff and...
Wait, I think I saw one of those
Oh, Paimon Season 2! It's one of the Fatui!
They must be plotting something against Liyue Harp.
Maybe they're the scoundrels who invaded Master Lu's way.
Ever since Osial attacked the harbor, we won't cause a serious diplomatic crisis by getting into some small scuffle. Besides, I can already feel their malicious... My intuition as the secretary...
Then what are we waiting for? Let's...
Frozen.
Let me read you a verse. Know my soul.
Time for a flash freeze.
Higher, dance like fire!
Descent.
Illusion shattered! Torn to oblivion!
I think you've had enough. About...
Plan? What plan?
We just taught you a lesson, but clearly you weren't. If you don't spill whatever we'll be forced to use harsher methods.
I'm telling the truth.
If you're telling the truth, then why would you,
Fine. If you really want to know,
About to...
pick berries over there.
I must admit, I didn't
It's not an excuse. I rarely have a free morning, and I heard that there were fresh berries in this area. Think about it. I'm here alone, and Jinxaville...
Judging by how he's looking at us...
So you have nothing to do with the occupation of...
Fanmu Carpenter's warehouse? I swear, I only...
So it wasn't the fatigue...
I misjudged the situation, and our exchange only represents my personal views.
Exchange? This woman, she's clearly aware that...
Yes, precisely. As an alternative, you may...
Paimon's in!
Darn you. How...
What's your choice, then?
I'll get back to my berries.
What a bittersweet ending.
I made a laughingstock out of myself. I might have spent...
No worries. It's always... Those troublemakers were nothing more than a few road Let's show them what we got.
Time to go! Shine down!
Let's dance!
Time to act. Let me lead you.
There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal.
Jaw's over!
Illusion shattered.
All clear! Quick, let's look around for the invoice. This one is an invoice from One Min Restaurant. Some dining tables and chairs. And this one is Wangshu. This one is Second Lives.
I hope it...
I promise to help you and I'll keep my word. Look, it's the invoice for the transaction between Second Life and Fanmu.
Thank you so much.
Agreed. How about we go to Second...
Isn't it? Huixing, I told you that all of my transactions are included in the records. I do hope that my business won't be affected by any...
Groundless accusations? But I sincerely advise that you cease this behavior immediately.
No. No. I'm an honest merchant. I would never get involved with any fraud...
Haven't I made myself clear? Mr. Dongsheng, you've all...
What? Proven guilty?
He's talking without rhyme or reason. Must be time for the finish.
Mr. Dongsheng, can you tell me what this...
I'm...
Do you admit to tax evasion? This
I didn't think you'd
Indeed. We wouldn't have found out if it weren't for...
The lie? That imp from... He's got it.
Oh? Mr. Dongsheng, I don't think you'll need my guidance.
Yes, thank you. I must say, your enemy knows you. To think, you came up with this plan and executed it.
It's actually one of your father's, the Tianshu's, old tricks. Pitting your opponent against their enemies and watching them drag each other. That's how Uncle Tian managed to keep his position in the... I figured that as Uncle Tian's daughter, you'd naturally... So, I decided to use one of your father's tricks.
I can see it now. I'm really grateful, Ms. Ganyu.
Ganyu solved both Huixin's work
Oh, you've helped me so much.
That's not necessary.
Then let me treat you to a meal.
All right, come on, Ganyu. Just say yes.
If it's just a meal, there's no
Actually, I've already booked Senor Kiosk.
Join the Adventurers Guild. You'll have a...
Miss Ganyu, thank you for...
Sure.
That's so kind of you, Huixin.
Truth be told, apart from thanking you for all the help, there's something I'd like to tell you.
Oh? If there's anything I can help you with, just tell me straight away. No need to hesitate.
Oh, no, I don't really need help.
With pleasure.
When I was a little, even though I have the utmost respect for my father, I always admired how gentle and reliable. I've only decided to join the Yuhai Pavilion staff because I've always looked up to you.
I didn't know that you think so highly of me.
However, in reality, working at the Yuhai Pavilion turned out to be an arduous task. I can't compare myself to such an outstanding secretary like you. I often doubt myself as a result.
I disagree. You're a great secretary in your own right.
Thank you. Over the years, I became a mother, too.
Huh? So Uncle Tian is a grandpa!
Influenced by my youthful ideals, she followed my footsteps and came to be a secretary at the Yuhai Pavilion, too. At first, I was worried about her. It's not an easy job, after all. To tell the truth, I'm still unsure if she's capable enough. But after all that happened this time, I've made up my mind to support her choice.
So, what made you change your mind?
The fact that she'll have you, Ms. Ganyu, as her senior colleague. You'll help her, gentle as always, and tell her your mom used to do it like that. It'd be such a beautiful moment. If it's not too much to ask for, she might still need your guidance in 20+ years, too.
Huixin, I never thought that I meant so much to you.
Just like when you showed me my father's trick. Having you as their witness makes people feel at ease.
Witness? It's true that I've witnessed thousands of years of Liyue Harbor's history. All the changes it's gone through, the stories of its people. But I've always regarded it as nothing more than the source of my loneliness. Huixin, you don't know how important those words are to me. You've made me realize that I share another connection with the people of Liyue Harbor. Apart from my contract with Rex Lapis, they rely on me, accept me, and long for me to bear witness to their stories.
Oh, of course. You're irreplaceable to us.
That's right. That's why I can't disappoint you.
Hooray! Ganyu's finally cheered up!
Even if I've really been supplanted, I wish to fight for my place. I won't let you down. I'm going to fulfill my contract and keep working as the Qixing secretary. Regardless, I'll go back and see from... I'm afraid that it might have all become a mess during my... No time to waste. Let's get back to work.
Good luck, Miss Ganyu.
We're leaving!
Baisha, are you okay? Look who's back!
You even have enough time for leisure? It seems you three are a suitable replacement for—
Not at all! We wouldn't have survived long enough to see you. Miss Ganyu, we've missed...
That's so kind of you all, given we've only met once.
We've been praying day and night for you to return.
To us, you're like an adeptus. Forget all our envious complaints from before. Just free us from this strenuous work, please.
All right, I see. Please divide the matters at hand into government affairs, business affairs, and civil affairs. Mark out the tasks that haven't been started, and those that are in progress. I'll take care of the rest.
Of course.
Oh, finally. Yes. I'd like to earnestly thank you, Traveler. If it weren't for your companionship... To think that I'd gained a human friend outside of work. I'd like to repay you when I'm done with the work at hand.
Sure, but are you...
Let's cross that...
Here, this is it.
Huh? But isn't this the mechanism?
Precisely. A recent one at that. It periodically releases a soft breeze, which when paired with a gentle, soothing agitation and anxiety, relieving exhaustion and insomnia, its potential uses are numerous indeed.
Whoa, what a cool gadget! We could have come to Mount Outsong.
How preposterous. Had Yuendai not recalled much of her past through her, we Adepti can only help those who first resolve to help themselves. Had she lacked
Paimon thinks she gets it now.
As previously mentioned, a gentle adeptal tune is required to take full advantage of the mechanism. One secured such a tune from street.
Whoa, Paimon can feel it.
And you, Yuendai, is... It appears she has already succumbed to the depths of reverie.
The drought is over. But why do you look like you want to cry?
The potion. It's nearly run its...
I've never regretted meeting you. Not even for...
Please. Please, no. Have you forgotten? This is the world you left behind. One of gentle breeze and morning dew. But this is your home. This is where you belong. You should have never left. The you of the past.
So that is the truth. No wonder this place is so
Granny! Granny?
Cloud Retainer.
Your memories have returned.
Wait! Did you just call... You already knew each other?
Yes. I now remember everything.
Granny, please don't cry.
Oh, don't worry, I'm so sorry, It's all come back to me now. The most...
One can sense the guilt that now plagues your conscience.
No, it's okay. Now that I've remembered, I must show you, everyone.
Please, Granny, don't force...
I know, dear child. Some time ago, I made it.
Is this the sin that you mentioned?
I am, in truth, not a human being. I spent many, many years living on Mount Outsong, bathing in the soft breeze and drinking the sweet dew of the mountains. At some point, I somehow gained wisdom and sentience. The Lord of the Mountain, Cloud Retainer,
became aware of my existence and began to share many stories with me. She even passed on the secret of cultivation to me. Though she never took me on as a formal disciple, I always saw her as my master. Whenever she took out her tools to work on mechanisms or new inventions, I would also stand next to her and watch. I even contemplated completing my training and becoming an adeptus in my own right. I followed her teachings, and time gradually...
50 years ago?
That's right. Master regaled me with many stories of her past deeds. From them, I learned how she had saved people from a similar crisis. She was the one I looked up to the most, more than anything, but I was still far from being a real adeptus. I possessed no ability to take on human form and fit in with... She warned me that the potion's effects would only last 10 years, and if I were to fail to return to my original form at the end of that time...
Oh no. So that was the source of...
Was it because of...
Indeed. I fell in love. Though he was human, he had spent his entire life training on Mount Tianheng. When we met... It was not only my first foray into the world below, but his as well. Although clumsy and impulsive as he was, you'd think he was the real strange bird among the two of us. But still, just like me, he cared deeply about the world and I could not help but fall for him. But my time continued to tick away. Those 10 years...
Oh no, what happened?
I committed an offense. I wanted to stay with him, even if it meant living a life full of pain and suffering, even if it meant I knew I had betrayed Master's hopes. But I was too ashamed to face her. I was convinced that she would not support my decision, and I lacked the courage to speak to her face to face. But that was only the beginning of my troubles. I began to suffer from a strange illness. My memories became hazy and confused, and I could no longer keep myself awake. I understood that my pain was caused by my refusal. Along with my memories as a crane, I soon forgot the true cause of my suffering as well. I knew only that I had committed a sin. All I could do was Looking back, I was beyond lucky to have come across that traveling merchant at Wangshu Inn. It was such a fortunate coincidence that we were there at the same time. If it weren't for those
Granny! What's...
Coincidence? Why did I ever think it was a coincidence? Tea pills concocted using the blood of an master. Don't tell me...
Human custom would dictate the conferral of gifts to be in order when one's progeny is wedded, would it not? Consider the
So when I tried to conceal my name and mistakes from the world and hide myself away in perpetuity...
One still remembers when you were but a fledgling. You possessed a certain fondness for a particular game. You would hide yourself from... One found you with such ease every time. 'Tis a truth most evident.
Oh, wait! Paimon! So, Cloud Retainer, you found Yuendai again? But how? When?
Perhaps...
Skyward!
One was furious upon receiving your letter. Seized with anger, one set out to bring you to your senses.
Yeah! Skyward! 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 Scatter! Yeah! Skyward!
In truth, one had more than a few misgivings about your chosen partner. As an exorcist, his talent was lacking. One could hardly say his skill with sigils was any better. But soon, one came to appreciate the devotion he bestowed upon you during your illness. He never uttered a complaint and rarely left your side. Unwilling to begrudge someone of such character, one decided to overlook his aforementioned deficiencies, glaring though they may have been. Wishing to grant you a life without regrets, one gathered many divine ingredients and used one's own blood to create a form of medicine. Though imperfect, it managed to suppress the more dire effects of your illness. As for how to deliver the medicine, after much contemplation, one eventually decided to perform the deed oneself. One took great care to alter one's features and select the appropriate attire. Only after meticulous scrutiny did one find, as one expected, you were most ignorant of one's true identity. You showed not even the slightest... One was quite torn. Should one have celebrated the success of one's disguise, or mourn the loss of your acquaintance? Yeah! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Yeah! Nevertheless, one would speak to you about another matter. If you are amenable, even considering your loss of memory, one was simply flabbergasted that you could so easily forget the consequences of consuming medicine infused with adeptal blood. Its proclivity to attract monsters is hardly that complicated of a concept to remember. To think that you tried to travel while weak from sickness and heavy with child. Had one not intervened to clear the fog, all of you have been lost during the night. Skyward! Scatter! Make way for the Adeptus! Skyward! Scatter! Seize the skies! Scatter! Skyward! Those monsters would hardly have pursued you with such ferocity without sufficient incentive. They were likely in... Sad godly remains, in turn. One was, after all, an active participant in the Archon War. Some of the gods were likely shattered by contraptions of one. In the end, one was relieved to see you endure through the night. At the break of dawn, one heard an infant's cry pierce through the air, and one saw you carefully cradle the child to your chest to see you happy. Scatter! Now you should have a complete understanding of the events.
Wait, but if that's true, then the crane who took care of me when I was sick must also be...
Ah, one had almost neglected to recount the absurdities of that tale. Skyward! Scatter! Just as you and I troubled one with her antics, so did you give one many a headache. Upon finding you burning with fever, one made plans to bring you back to one's abode for treatment. When one asked you why, apparently you believed that one had no choice but to apply powder to one's body to conceal the variegated nature of one's appearance. You became more than amenable enough when one stood before you devoid of... It bears mentioning, however, that as a crane, Yuandai was nearly entirely pure white in color. Though you had never encountered her in that form, perhaps fate brought you two together and... Now all has been revealed. One owes you an apology, Yuandai. One has always viewed you as a disciple of equal standing with Ganyu and Shenhe. Indeed, one wished to bring your... Still, one could not reveal your identity right away. Had one simply informed you of all you had lost, all those cherished memories are most meaningful when recalled by those who lived through...
Master, I must ask. If you found me all those years ago, why...
One has never regarded your action as a mistake. When it is time for one's progeny to leave the nest, it is the responsibility of an elder to let them fly free. Yet, when your wings grow weary and the night grows dark, just know that you always have a place to which to return. 'Tis a refuge referred to by many a name in mortal writing. Home, nest, haven. Whatever its denomination may be, its essence remains quite unchanged. One speaks, of course, of a place not unlike one's own abode. One's disciples are free to come and go as they wish, yet the door remains forever open to those who wish to return. One rather hopes you count yourself among them.
Thank you. I just...
You and I. One expects you too have sensed the rapid deterioration of your condition as of late. 40 years ago, you chose a path without a future. Though one used one's own blood to provide you with a few decades of extra time, it merely delayed the inevitable. One may have extended the path, yet one was unable to alter its final destination. Even the power of an adeptus has its limits. Had your condition continued to deteriorate, you would have forgotten your life as a human entirely. In the end, you would have turned into a... Fortunately, you were able to avoid that scenario by reclaiming your memories. Though one sped the process along by providing some guidance, the result is entirely a reflection of your own effort.
So, what's gonna happen to Granny?
One will help her reclaim her original form as a wild crane. If it be fated, she may recover her sentience one day.
She's gotta go back to being a regular crane, huh?
Master, you've already done more than enough for me. I don't know how I could possibly repay your kindness. This is a better result than I could have ever hoped for.
Not long.
Granny? Please don't...
Don't be sad, dear child. Granny, don't forget to eat well, okay? I'll grow...
I promise, Granny.
Good girl. Good girl. Don't worry. It's not goodbye forever. Granny's gonna become the most formidable... I won't stop until I can turn into a human without having to rely on anything but my own power. That's a good girl. Even though we won't see each other for a little while.
I'll eat well, Granny. I promise. And I'll wait for you, no matter how long it takes.
That's a good girl. Then Granny really has... I'm so sorry, Master.
Chuyu.
Let her be. At her... Tears are a necessary part of maturation. Sometimes there is scarcely a better vehicle to wash away the toll of stress. And now that the issue has been resolved, you should also take a moment to relax. Give yourself some time to rest.
I always believed we would see each other again, that our days of separation would finally end, and all my troubles would be behind me. If only things could stay this way forever.
A nightmare? Curious. If you're relaxed, shouldn't your dreams be pleasant?
It was a good dream. It's just...
You weren't ready to wake up. Eloquent as one may be, words of comfort are not one's strong suit. You are doing all you can. One can see your strength of will, your fearlessness in the face of danger. And so, whatever your dream may be, one believes that you shall achieve it. Of course, whenever the perils you face overwhelm you, or you become weary, one is always here for you. After all, as an elder, it is only right to look out for the young ones.
Grilled chicken drumstick. Huh? Was Paimon sleeping just now? Oh, Paimon wasn't talking to...
Madam Adeptus?
Oh, Shuyu, you're awake!
I feel... Madam Adeptus? Could I...
Oh, and have you...
I know Granny thought what she did back then was wrong, but... Without that mistake, even though Granny lost her memories, she never forgot to show me how I could become a cool Adeptus like you, and help a whole bunch of...
Upon some reflection, one supposes you are no mere mortal. The fact that Yuendai's blood flows through your veins is proof enough of that. If this is what you desire...
Thank you so much, Madam Adeptus! And
Shuyu, are you sure Paimon's gonna let you in on a little secret? We've seen Cloud Retainer's 2 other disciples, and they pretty much eat nothing but bitter herbs like genshin and violet. If you join them, you'll never enjoy Wanmin Restaurant's delicious cooking ever again.
How utterly preposterous. Every individual must find their own path to enlightenment, so long as one retains a pureness of spirit.
Well, you say that, but Paimon's not seeing any tasty treats.
Although Mount Outsong is rich in natural beauty, its location does preclude access to certain finer mortal comfort. That is precisely why one plans to relocate to Liyue Harbor. Shu Yu shall have the honor of becoming one's first disciple.
Whoa! You're leaving Mount Outsong?
One has never concerned oneself with the location of one's residence. From the very beginning, yet in the end, all of one's disciples ended up in Liyue Harbor. Ganyu, Shenhe, Yuandai, they all chose a life among the mortal world. One has reflected on this fact for many years now. One can only assume that it is due to some failing on one's part as an elder or master. A failing, perhaps, of recognizing what it was they truly wanted. One is most curious as to what aspect of Liyue Harbor could have enticed them to remain there. One could hardly offer an opinion on the matter, but perhaps some time in the harbor will prove instructive. Why are you all so silent?
Paimon is, just a bit shocked, that's all. So, does this mean we can grab a meal together in Liyue Harbor sometime?
One has precious little time to squander. However, if one finds oneself otherwise unoccupied, one would not be opposed to the idea. One will be assuming the identity of a human while residing in Liyue Harbor. You should take care to avoid disclosing one's true identity.
Don't worry, we'll help you keep it a secret. So, when can we expect to start seeing you in the city?
Perhaps in 2 days' time. One has some matters to see to before one's departure. Preparation is the key to success, after all. One has already picked out a handsome property near Chuhu Rock. 'Tis no small purchase, but what is mortal life if not one expense after another?
Seems like you've really thought of it. Then how about we meet up and—
A sensible plan. Oh, also, why don't you take this suspensus somnium mechanism as a souvenir? Anytime you should feel ill at ease in the—
Awesome! Hey, didn't we promise Shincho that we'd tell him what we found out? Should we make a trip to the Feiyun Commerce Guild? It's totally up to you.
Body and mind. Time to act.
Auto reconfiguration is an essential
Time to act. Body and mind. We meet again, dear friend.
Great! And it's up!
Ah, I see. So the stories didn't get it right after all. Even though she was a celebrated heroine, she had to bear a heavy burden that most could not hope to understand. Thank goodness for the help of that Adeptus. Although I cannot claim to know exactly how their story will unfold from here, I trust the ending will be a happy one. Thank you for helping me fill in the gaps. And don't...
I can't wait to see my adorable daughter again.
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Wow. Huh? All will be revealed in the next volume?
I can't wait to see my adorable daughter
Drat.
again.
Time to act. I never embark on a journey without a good book to accompany me.
I can't wait to see my adorable daughter again.
Body and mind.
Ready, steady, go! Go, Barbara, go!
Your concerns are excessive and unfounded. This is but a simple collection of ordinary valuables. Such intense scrutiny is...
To be quite honest, you're insistent. In what way are any of these ordinary? Every single item here could be worth more than everything I own combined. I simply can't risk shelling out that kind of mora without proper scrutiny. If I'm wrong, I would never be able to earn it back. Not even if I worked I have to be careful. Yes.
We're here, Clout! Miss...
Ah, perfect timing. I'll have you know, these items have remained untouched in my personal collection.
Several...
Indeed. They're family heirlooms, you...
Yep, they've definitely been around...
Hear that? Had I not found myself in need of mora, I would scarcely have had the heart to... doubt their authenticity any further, and I may just decide to take them to...
Whoa! Please don't go! I apologize for any insult, miss. You see, I know full well that...
An expert, you say? Very well. I will wait for a little while longer, then. Traveler?
Master! Oh, It's you two again.
Shoo you! You got a new...
Mm-hmm. Master made it.
Huh? You know how to make clothes?
Do I know how to make clothes? With the support of...
Master, I brought in most of my stuff. There's a few boxes left, but they're kind of heavy, so...
Fret not. I shall help you move them into your room.
Actually, I should probably, sort through my stuff a bit first.
It appears my young apprentice has her own fair share of secrets. No matter. Do what you must, child. Now, this expert you mentioned. When can we expect their arrival?
Soon. Ah, there he is! Here, allow me to make some introductions. This is Mr. Zhongli. Mr. Zhongli, this is Miss Shen Yun. She...
Huh.
Ah, if it isn't Miss
Indeed.
Quite well, thank you. I was fortunate enough over the past few days to enjoy both a stroll in the mountains and a fresh...
Huh. So you two are already acquainted?
Indeed. How fortunate we are that fate has brought us together again. If you are otherwise unaware...
You are too kind, Mr. Zhongli. True collectors pride themselves on their wealth of knowledge and eye for detail.
Why, you flatter me, Miss...
Not at all.
While I am loath to butt into this conversation, you two already knew each other, and you seem to...
Ha! A preposterous accusation! The heaven...
Miss Shenyun speaks the truth. Contracts are built on honesty and trust. If that proves to be beyond your capabilities in this instance...
Say no more. Let us depart.
I jest. What fool would still harbor doubts after Mr. Zhongli himself? I deeply apologize for doubting you. So...
There is no cause for concern. They are indeed rare and precious valuables. Take this mechanism, for instance. Though one may not immediately perceive its purpose, its structure and appearance, the same can be said for this one here. Few could hope to possess an item that so perfectly blends mechanical wonder. I am sure you have heard from your travels that the study of mechanisms is among the most wondrous arts in this world.
All right. Since I hired you as my consultant, then in that case, Miss Shenyun, I'll take the lot. However, since
the Northland Bank? Huh. Oh, you...
I fear people only use the term bank nowadays. In that case, I'll be off for now. I'll return to collect the goods once you've received the funds.
Zhongli!
My friends.
We've been great! How about you? Paimon didn't know you were such...
My days have been quite pleasant as well. I had been quietly enjoying a cup of tea when... As for you, Miss Shenyun, I presume you must be looking to...
I must say, the name Shenyun sounds exceedingly strange.
Whatever for. Am I not addressing you as a friend should?
Well, that is... Alas, refer to me however you will. After all, a name exists such that others may address you with it. One is hardly ignorant of that fact.
It would seem that you have gained many valuable insights over the years, Cloud Retainer.
One has indeed. One's previous days were all brief. Now that one has made up one's mind to move and settle, one has gained a much better appreciation of the hubbub and commotion of the city, as well as the people's hard work and ardor. This city is much changed from how it was more than 1,000 years ago.
Not unlike the ocean tides, so too shall the movement of people ebb and flow. From turmoil to peace, enlightenment to aspiration. Human society possesses limitless potential. In another 1,000 years, the scene we witness here may change in ways that are impossible for either of us to imagine.
All right, that's enough reflection for one day. No need to get all sentimental on us.
You make a valid point, Paimon. Now that the sale has concluded, what say one place...
Perhaps you have forgotten, Cloud Retainer, but I once tried my hand at that dish. You were at the table on that occasion, so Logic dictates that you should have already tried it.
Oh?
It was a reunion between friends several centuries ago. Alas, you must have been too
Hardly. 'Twas most certainly out of consideration for the others in attendance. In but a moment, one will show you what it means to have a true deftness of hand. It is settled then. Bamboo shoot soup, mora meat, crab roe tofu, triple-layered consommé. We shall enjoy the lot. One has already passed word to Shenhe and Ganyu to make a reservation. It is prime time for them to meet one's newest disciple. Is that agreeable?
It should be a most...
Shu Yu, come now, it is time to dine. Ah, this gentleman over here is Mr. Zhang Li.
A humble employee of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor.
Nice to meet you too.
That should be everyone, right?
Sounds good. Actually, Master, have you ever tried Adeptus' temptation? I heard it's impossible to stop eating after even...
That sounds rather implausible. Although with the...
Huh? Why are you all walking so fast? Hey, wait for Paimon! Hey, wait up!
Not yet.
Any chance you're on the clock, officer?
Nothing good ever comes out of you addressing me like, oh? And who are these two?
So you came too? Allow me to introduce you. These two...
The Special Security and Surveillance Patrol?
Well, I wouldn't say everyone on the patrol uses a musket. I just happen to have formed a platoon.
Whoa, Chiori, Paimon didn't know you went...
It's nothing. In my line of work, it's not uncommon to run into some trouble. In return, I've helped her take care of some things that you could say aren't exactly in her purview as the captain of the Special Patrol.
It's nice to meet you both. I have to... So, did something happen?
Indeed it did. I'll need you to come with me.
I only ever hear that phrase from you. Usually I'm the one asked,
well, are you
Not before I know what you're planning.
Have I ever made a bad call?
The better question is, have you ever made one that didn't violate proper
Okay. A man hired a group of bandits to mug my friend. I'm about to go teach him a lesson.
Are you sure this is something you should be telling the captain of the Special Patrol? It's getting hard to tell whether you're here to report a case or turn yourself...
Neither. I'm requesting personal supervision from said captain.
Are you planning to?
Not if I can help it.
All right.
Follow me.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
Hey, Catherine, it's us. Got any new commissions? Specifically one with a huge Mora tag, perhaps? You know we're worth it. For quality work and speedy results, choose Paimon and the Traveler.
It's always a pleasure to see our two most avid adventurers again. Looking for the next challenge, I see. Actually, we do in fact have a rather urgent commission that is still open. Having read the details, however, I don't believe you'd consider it to be lucrative.
Don't worry about that. We were just kidding. So what's the situation?
To put it simply, the requester is looking for a temporary replacement actress for their musical. The original cast member ran into some issues and is currently unable to perform the role. But the troupe has also been experiencing some financial difficulties, so unfortunately they cannot afford to pay the replacement actress.
That does sound like a tricky situation. So basically they're looking for a volunteer?
That's right. Our adventurers reached out to many actresses, but none of them were willing to take the job. There are only a few days left until the performance. If they can't find someone in time, they'll probably have to postpone the show. And delays tend to create all sorts of new problems.
Got it. Oh, this one's a doozy. What do you think, Traveler? Even if we took the commission, neither of us have any experience.
If you're interested in helping, why not start by maybe you can't fill the role yourselves, but you might—
Oh, it's that guy, huh? No wonder, he looks like he just ate a sour lemon. Paimon approved! Hello there, are you the guy looking for a new actress?
Wait, I know you two!
Wow, sounds like we're pretty famous. But to answer your question, neither of us have any experience in musicals.
I see. It's okay. I knew that asking for a volunteer was a lot. If we can't find someone to step in, we'll have no choice but to cancel the show. That's the thing. We're not some high-profile. All our sets and props are very crude. We're grateful enough just to get an audience, never mind ticket fees. If we had a way to make this profitable, things might have turned out differently. But now, it looks inevitable that we'll disband.
Disband? You're splitting up the troupe?
Oh, I guess the lady at the Adventurers Guild didn't tell you? Yeah, this is supposed to be our final one last show. And after that, we go our separate way. Nobody wants things to just fizzle out. Not after all. Yeah, the leading lady, in fact. She's been dealing with a chronic illness ever since. The show just won't be the same without her. But forever—
Got it. We have a clearer picture now. What if we—
Please, there's no need to go that far. I wouldn't feel right asking such a huge favor. And I can't promise that we'd ever be able to pay you back.
Good point. If the actress just goes through the motions for the Mora, that's not— We should find someone who will put on the best performance possible. Oh, wait! What about— That's how you know we're the best. She's really good at performing, and she was once super popular with the—
Who are you thinking of? Sounds like someone famous. Her! You're—
Nope. Paimon doesn't actually know if she's performed on stage before, but Paimon—
You're not wrong there. She has actually performed in a number of big-name shows before. But even if she's no longer the Hydro Archon, she's still an idol to many people in Fontaine, including myself. I just think Lady Farina might feel a bit out of place in an— Well, yeah. Fair enough. I mean, if she was actually willing to, I'm sure everyone in our troupe has probably dreamt of— Of course, it all depends on whether she's in—
No point in stressing about that. And besides, things are different now. There's no reason for her to be all high and—
Thank you for your help. I guess—
Wait, where does Farina actually live nowadays? She used to live in luxury at the palace—
As it happens, I have her current address here. I can provide it to you.
Ooh! Wait.
I came over when things were starting to sound more promising. I thought I should be at the ready in case my It is my duty to support Commission—
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Well, now that we've got the address, we'll go find Farina.
Just promise you'll start trying to keep yourself out of trouble.
Well, when trouble stops coming my way, I'll be sure to get on that.
she lives. Not that there's anything wrong with this place.
You know, it's common courtesy to make sure the homeowner isn't in earshot when you're...
Okay, when did Poppy Got a Thin Air become all the rage? First Catherine and now...
I was just out on a shopping trip. I ran out of I used to have a much wider range of choices when it came to food. But now I'm fine, not at all. As long as you have different kinds of sauces in, you can have macaroni and tomato.
Oh, sounds like you're really struggling to cope.
How rude! Questioning my cooking. It's not like I have a very eventful life these days. Actually, I barely leave the house. So, besides, I'm sure I could master dishes like la lettre focilor or blubber profiteroles in no time, if I felt so inclined.
Ah, there it is. You don't know how to cook.
Not yet, maybe, but... Anyway, what are you even doing? Let me first be clear that I'm not taking guests at this time. So
sorry! We're sorry! Please don't be... Yeah, exactly! With the travel... Hang on a sec, you aren't exactly holding back up...
My help?
Don't worry, it's nothing that serious. It's just very specific, and you're the one with the power to help!
Oh? Well, if that's... So tell me, what... I see. After all, I was once the brightest star in all of Fontaine. Well versed, but given the present...
How come? It sounds like this is...
True, but I have made a... Although I am no longer required to play the role of the Hydro Archon, the time I spent inhabiting that character has left an indelible... Centuries of pretending to be a different person changes you. Of course, that can't be undone now. It's too late, and I have no... But at least I can say that I no longer desire to play any...
Paimon can understand, but this is just a one-off part to fill in for someone who...
Whether it's a one-off or not, it's a boundary that I've committed to. If I make an exception to the rule now, I'm just leaving a back door for myself, which would be the same as not having a boundary, and so I'm not going to perform.
Okay, guess there's no convincing you. Well, is there anything else we can do to help out the troupe? Otherwise, they'll just have... Do you know any other actors who might be interested in the role?
Nope.
Short and to the...
I've never been great at maintaining relationships. Besides, anyone I've ever worked with probably couldn't wait to get rid of me, since I'm just an ordinary person now. They'll probably just laugh in my face. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry I drew a line in the sand without thinking about every possible...
Well, is there anything else we can do?
Have I not made myself clear? You're barking... Sorry. I didn't mean for...
It's all right, Farina. Paimon just wanted to make sure we tried everything. Yeah, I guess that's all we can do now.
Toodaloo to you, too. I'm...
Bad, but we have to respect Farina's decision. Maybe the thought of performing brings up too many painful memories now. Huh? What's going on? Are they arguing?
That's besides the point. I'll ask you again. Why did you start...
You didn't need to say it. We've known each other for how long now?
And that gives you the right to make a decision on my...
Shortly after you left, the troupe's lead actress came to the Adventurers... Excuse me, but can you both take a moment to discuss something else?
Sorry. I was just dealing with a little misunderstanding.
Sadly, it's a no from her. We tried to persuade her, but she was...
I see. Well, sir, you see, our leading lady has just informed me that she's well enough to make it to the show after all. Staging the musical with the full original cast was always the dream.
Oh, right! Sounds like everything worked again. Yeah, she'd be livid. We'd get the scolding of a life.
Jeez, is Lady for real?
Only joking, calm down. So, guess we can consider this case. Despite the fact that we failed to complete the commission, we were still racking our brains for
Look, there's no point arguing with you about this anymore. This is the last chance we have, though. If your illness flares up again, there won't be time. So, are you absolutely sure you'll be able to handle it? The whole team is putting everything they have into this final performance.
Yes, I'm completely confident. I've been taking a new medication from the doctor, and it's working brilliantly. I'll definitely be able to tough it out. I share everyone's desire to commemorate all our years as a troupe with a proper farewell show. So, every one of us thinks of this troupe as their home, myself included.
You're right. I'm sorry. I let myself get too worried about the show. I should have...
all's well that ends well. Sounds like the show will go on. Sure.
Hey, how did you... I was just passing by because I realized I forgot a... All right, I'm coming. Hello?
Farina? Didn't you say you were gonna take a...
I was just ever so slightly concerned. When you came to talk with me earlier, I jumped right to explaining my position and said some... And all before I even had a full grasp of the situation. Anyway, I just feel a bit bad about how it went down. I'm sorry, Paimon.
Oh, it's totally fine. Paimon didn't take any of that personally.
You really have a knack for asking the most uncomfortable questions, don't you? I felt very sheepish, having had a change of heart after flatly refusing you. And then, to make matters worse, you caught... But in any case, it sounds...
Yeah. When they said they were gonna ask for your help, I almost had a...
There's no need to think like that. And no need to keep addressing me as late. I was wondering... If this troupe is so important, if the difficulties are purely financial, then there must be a solution. Everyone seems so devoted to the troupe.
We all want to believe that, but everything's been going downhill ever since we lost our director. She was the...
Her name was O'Reilly, and she was the founder as well as the artistic director of our troupe. And tragically, she...
What?
That's actually how I recognized these two. It was all thanks to their efforts that the troupe... But still...
She was a loyal fan of your performances, Miss Farina. They were what first inspired her to get into musical theater. She rallied many people around her who were destitute or had lost their sense of purpose in life, and convinced them to join her troupe. She wrote her own scripts, acted on stage, and mentored each and every one of us. People loved our performances back then. We seemed to be going from strength to strength. Things were really looking up for us.
And then disaster struck.
Yeah. After that, the entire troupe fell into disarray. None of us know anything about script writing, let alone how to handle the business side of things. We've been doing the best we can. But despite our efforts, things are slowly but surely falling apart. It's agonizing. But ultimately, we'd rather end things now on our own terms than stick it out to the bitter end and watch all our dreams turn to dust.
Oh.
What a terrible waste. A gifted artist from humble beginnings who achieved so much and no doubt had much more to give. And then her life was so cruelly taken. I suppose it's fair to say then that this final show, besides being your farewell to the stage, is also your final gift for her?
Yes, exactly. We all miss her terribly.
Well, good thing I followed the traveler here. After hearing this tragic tale...
Farina?
I know what you're thinking, but I by no means plan to cross the boundary I've set for myself. I can, however, provide some artistic guidance from the vantage point of a highly experienced, but only if you feel this is something that would help.
Oh, most definitely.
We unfortunately don't have any budget for a consultant, though.
I don't need any compensation. All I'd ask in return, if you're willing, is that something I've begun to realize since my departure from the Opera Epiclese is that there's a lot you don't see when you observe everything from on high. The law only judges criminal behavior and does not weigh human emotion. The court's verdict can settle the question of criminal liability, but what about all the unresolved emotions of the parties involved? What happens to them? An interesting answer. But if you ask me, I think all emotion shall ultimately return home to the heart and slowly settle with the passage of time. Take, par exemple, how this troupe pines for their late director. Things such as this I have never witnessed before, and so I should like to observe, perchance to understand.
Still a fan of your old dramatic monologues then, huh? You just want to get back in on the action, don't you?
No. This is a completely different situation. Pearls before swine.
The name's not Swine, it's Paimon!
Would you be willing to join me? Come on, take a break from adventuring to listen to a story.
Thank you all so much. Our director was a huge fan of Miss Farina's performances, as of course we all are. All right, follow me. We'll go to our usual practice space. Please.
There is no escape!
Hey, isn't that Charlotte? We're always running into her. What's she doing this time? Ooh, looks like street in her...
Lady Farina?
What's Lady Farina doing here?
Hello all. Allow me to explain. As of today, these two over here are the ones that made it possible. They kindly reached out to Miss Farina on our behalf. I'm sure they need no You bet! That was the
You helped bring our director's murderer to justice.
Oh, please don't mention it. We just...
So, you were saying?
Yeah, that's the name of our final show. It's an unfinished script. One of our greatest regrets is that she never got to complete it. So, if we can...
Wait, but if it's not finished, then...
Yeah, we've been battling issues on every front trying to realize this dream. The protagonist of the story is a young Oceanid who transforms herself into human form, despite she longed to live just like any other human. And sure enough, but one day, her true identity was...
So far, so good.
That's one of the issues we've been trying to deal with. We need a proper ending so we can bring this musical to the stage. But people have different opinions on which direction...
We still haven't decided between a happy ending or a true-to-life tragedy.
By true to life, you mean...
Yeah, like they say, truth is stranger than fiction. But then there's the question of whether we really want to use the stage to...
Exactly. A lot of the time, people come to watch a show just hoping for some... And one last thing. We're still... The first is Paulo, who plays the protagonist's lover. He's locked himself away to focus on writing an ending for the script. But the deadline's passed, and we still... The other is Villemont, who plays the main antagonist. He took the director's death He did write to us, promising that he'll be there for the final performance, but we haven't...
Although...
What opportunity?
Maybe you're unaware, but your name has always been like a rallying cry for us.
Our director was constantly singing your praises. All of us look up to you as a role model.
Oh, stop! You're making me all flustered. I suspect the reason they're dragging their feet is that they have their doubts about whether the show will really go ahead, considering all the... But one by one, all the obstacles...
Makes sense. Okay, he went back to Poisson a few days ago. Said that staying in a friend...
I thought the last thing his friend would want right now would be to take visitors, given that Poisson was flooded not too long ago. But I guess it's the opposite. A friend...
Yeah, maybe he could use some...
Poisson? Nothing. I suppose my So, allons-y. To Poisson!
Paimon has a funny feeling that we might be in for an interesting time if we go check it out. Shall we?
Illusion shattered!
If I remember correctly, this is where he's staying.
Who is it?
It's me. Is the script ready?
You came all the way here for that?
All right. Forget that for now. Just come on out. We've got some great news.
Nice try. Look, just give me some time, okay? I'm just wrapping up this
Okay, then.
So, as expected, he's missed the deadline.
The ending is one of the most important parts. Even once he's done, it isn't final until we've all had the chance to read through and make sure we agree on it.
Someone told me they'd just seen you in Poisson. I assumed it was a case of mistaken identity, but sure enough, here you are. And Farina, too.
I was wondering if we might...
So, you're here for Palo? Looks like you could be a while, so feel free to take a stroll around town in the meantime. I've made all the arrangements already.
Oh, it's okay. We can just wait here.
Thank you for being so considerate, Miss Navia. That sounds wonderful. We'll take that stroll. Get over here, you! How oblivious are you?
How are things in Poisson now?
Things are on the mend, but it's a slow process. Some people may know—
I'm sorry.
Please, must our conversations take such a— We all have painful memories, but we don't have to let— And if you're trying to make a new start, perhaps it's best if you don't bring up the past all the time.
Thank you for your words of comfort. You make a very good point. But for now, at least, I think I should stay with the way I'm feeling for a while longer.
It's okay. These things take time. Moving on from a painful experience is easier said than done. Which brings me to why I'm here. I thought you should probably know that not everyone here is ready to forgive and forget after the Hydro Archon's inaction in the face of catastrophe. To avoid upsetting the peace, I told the townspeople that everyone here is a member of the theater troupe, and that you are just an actress playing the role of Farina. It's not a perfect solution, but hopefully it means you won't have to lie low while you're here.
That's so thoughtful of you, Navia.
Well, what do you expect? I am the courageous and considerate president of Spina di Rosula, after all, like my father before me. Anyway, that was all. Look after her now.
Off we go then. Let's take a look up there. I don't have any friends that I can be frank and honest. I'm so grateful that Miss Nafia was so understanding. To be perfectly honest, I didn't know if I was ready to meet her. It's always easiest to just run away from your problems. But that never fixes anything. You can't get around the obstacles without facing them.
So that's why you were nervous when they brought up Poisson.
Yeah. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared of coming back here. Still, I felt it was something I had to do. As I was saying before, I want to see for myself the things that I never could in the past. I'd be overjoyed if the people here could find it in their hearts to forgive me. But yeah, I can tell people are watching me. I'm sure some people here see the idea of someone coming to Poisson dressed as the Hydro Archon as extremely disrespectful. I used to be terrified of the gaze of other people. I guess...
I'm not surprised you're making yourself go through all of this.
What do you mean by that? You expected me to...
Look! There seems to be a crowd gathering over there.
Probably time we made a move. How about we check out Spina di Rosula's ship? We should...
Seems to have a knack for
Can I go catch up on...
Can't touch me! I'm out of here! And away I go! Make my escape.
I'm sorry. You probably just wanted a relaxing stroll.
We don't mind. It's...
Great. Well, I appreciate... I don't know whether you can tell, but the years of suffering and loneliness aren't... As I stand here by the ship, I can't get the one after another. People were they thought their god would protect them. They had absolute faith that went, and all the while, I played my part to perfection, but then the floodwaters finally came. And
You shouldn't look at it like that. You were only doing your
I've had to go through so many moments like that for the sake of protecting the truth. As time went on, eventually, I realized I had nothing left except the truth. I became... Fortunately, we were able to avoid the worst-case scenario thanks to the help of heroic. Everyone rose to their responsibility, but on some level...
Paimon would have never imagined...
A reward? I guess so. And back then, I didn't even dare to dream. I was scared of someone recognizing me for who I truly believe in the Farina you see on stage. I had to keep all my feelings, all my curiosity. That's what I really meant.
So that's where you were coming from.
Could you please get off my case? I don't know. I do. I once had nothing but the truth, and now, at least the choice isn't. All right, it's about time to head back.
Sure! Okay, let's head...
say you needed to watch what you eat? You're supposed to be cutting down on fried foods, not wolfing down copious quantities of fish and chips.
Come on. It's not every day we get to dine at Spina di Rosula's expense. Anyway, my character doesn't need to be slim and good-looking.
Are you kidding me right now? It's not your character. I've spent my whole life battling the effects of ill health, and it kills me to watch you willingly ruin—
Oh no, looks like they're arguing again. We're back! Could you maybe put your different—
You're back. We've been enjoying Spina di Ros. Paulo's nearly done. We shouldn't have to wait too much.
Great! So you were discussing your characters, right? We heard she's playing the OC—
Me? I'm in a—
He was originally supposed to take the form of a crane, but he outgrew that role. Well, the costume at least. So now he's playing the boar instead.
Sorry.
The boar's not a bad character, actually. He's the one who raises the little Oceanid, yes?
That's right. He has some pretty memorable lines, too. Like when he imparts some solemn words of wisdom to— If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness.
Wait, that sounds kind of familiar.
It's the most important line in the whole script. I think she kept quiet about all the trials and tribulations she faced in running our troupe, allowing us to devote ourselves fully to performing. It was only after she was gone that we realized—
You mentioned earlier that the troupe is like your home.
Yeah. I was born with an incurable illness, and once my family found out it couldn't be treated, they decided— I spent some years taking whatever work I could find and trying to manage my illness with various medicines. It was like that until the director found me one day. She told me I had a great voice. She took me under her wing, taught me to both sing and act, helped me find Mora for my meds, took care of me when my condition decided to flare up.
She sounds like a really incredible person.
She really was. She gave everything she had to her troupe and the people in it. All of us were so proud to call her our director. I was a lost child too when she found me. As the child of a murderer, my parents weren't around when I was little, so I got— The other kids were always picking fights with me. They'd say things like, "Come on, you must be pretty tough if you're the son of a murderer." One day, I got beaten up so bad that I just couldn't take it anymore.
Let me guess. Fortunately—
Yeah, for the first time in my life, I was somewhere I felt safe. And I promised myself—
The day you hoped would never come.
Oh, you're finally done? Get your butt over here.
Farina? The Farina?
Please, the honor is all mine. I was—
Same here!
Even so, this is just— Oh, wow. Yes, the script, of course. I'm sure you're already familiar with the beginning of the story. She finds love and friendship in the bus. The people start to notice that all the fresh water in the surrounding area is slowly disappearing. The soil is becoming arid. Plants and the little Oceanid, Cleo, and her lover decide to do something about it and investigate the truth of the matter. In the end, they discover that all the waste and pollution created by humans over the years has caused the fresh water to flee the land.
Consciousness?
Water as a conscious entity. There's actually quite a few stories that explore—
Since the little Oceanid is a water spirit, she immediately understands how the water is feeling. She then tells her lover about her true identity. Her lover accepts her for who she is and works with her to find a way to bring the water back. However, unbeknownst to them, there were some people eavesdropping. The little Oceanid is accused of being directly responsible for driving the water away.
And then?
In the end, she makes the brave decision to sacrifice—
Huh? But didn't they all treat Cleo like a villain? Why?
Well, she mainly wanted to save her lover, plus everyone who'd
Through her love for her human partner, she was able to find an even greater love, one that extended to all of humanity. Surely the biggest—
There's actually something else that bothered— You know the protagonist is supposed to represent the director, right? And she never had— If we're serious about dedicating this show to her memory, we should make the ending as— What about if The little Oceanid is hounded to death by people.
That sounds like too cruel of an ending to me.
That ending would be a perfect mirror to Director Aurelie's death. On the day when she went missing, Director Aurelie had instructed us all, somewhat out of the blue, to leave the court of Fontaine and wait. We waited and waited at the rendezvous point. But we looked for her. The Gardamex looked for her, but she was nowhere to be found. Increasingly, all the signs...
The director was the kindest soul in the world. Yet she was senselessly sacrificed for the sake of a so-called experiment by someone who had nothing...
But doesn't the way she suddenly told you to leave the city suggest that maybe she had some sense of what was about to happen?
I've been trying to follow up on that ever since, but all my efforts so far have turned up nothing. Villemont might know something.
Villemont? The one who's playing the role...
Yeah. He's been overwhelmed by grief.
Grief? Guilt, more like. Also, because... Well, speaking of the play being true to life,
What?
It's time to be upfront with you all. No more keeping secrets from each... I did tell her how I felt once. She said that we were all like brothers and sisters to her, and she'd never considered us. Not that it came as a shock or anything. It was what I was expecting to hear. So I told her, I said, maybe one day in the future, when everyone's settled into their own lives and on the up and up, and managing the troupe no longer... Well, maybe then she could... And now... So if I'm the one writing this ending, then I'm gonna make sure it does right by Aurelie.
In that case, you have to straighten things out with Villemont. We've all had our differences of opinion over the ending, but those two have never seen eye to eye on anything. One of them has to compromise if we're...
Well, if that's where we're at, looks like it's time to go.
Are you ready to face the...
Honestly, I'm slightly terrified. Funny you should ask, though. You really do get what I'm going through, right?
I certainly do. Come on, everyone.
It's important to expect regularly.
This is tough going. Delphi, are you sure you can manage in your condition?
As if this journey wasn't tough enough already without him.
Don't worry. We should all be fine with the traveler here. Wait, why?
We're just curious, that's all.
Yeah, but don't you remember why? The Hydro Archon willingly gave up all her powers.
Precisely! And as much as it pains me, unfortunately, I should just stay put. I'm more like...
That sounded so smug. Ugh, secondhand embarrassment is unbearable.
C'est la vie, indeed. Alas, I am forced to watch.
Aww, too bad.
Sorry to leave...
Don't worry, piece of... I'm about to pass out over here. My fault for being so lazy. Quit it!
Time to go! Illusion shattered! Absurd! There is no escape! Torn to oblivion!
Bravo! Good show! You certainly live up to your reputation.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, the path is cleared now.
Wish me luck.
Huh? Illusion shattered!
Rain outlines your fate. Witness the power.
It's over! Shine down! Ha! Inazuma shines eternal!
If we bury it, maybe... Come on! We can do it!
The thunder falls silent.
I have taught you everything I know.
This is the kind of surprise I could sing about! Let the show begin.
going so smoothly today. Go, Barbara, go! Let the show begin. Things are going so smoothly today. Hi, hi. Yeah. Oh, hi. Oh, yeah. Ouchie. Oh. Hi. Let's dance. Huh. 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 Hi. Yeah. Huh. Hi. Yeah. Huh.
Vilma, are you there?
Huh? Oh, it's you guys. Wait, what's Lady...
I can explain. We've been rounding up the whole...
So, you think knowing the truth about the director's disappearance will... I care just as much. If I open this can of worms now,
Vilma, unless you mean to suggest that Aurelie's death had something...
I don't want to talk about it.
Listen, Vilma. I used to think that my love for Aurelie was a point of shame. But now, I've made up my mind to put it all. The little Oceanid cannot be complete unless we do just...
This is why people... As you all know already, the troupe was kept afloat not from ticket sales, but donations from the audience. Of course, that was nowhere near enough. We took on side jobs when we weren't performing, but even then, the troupe's financial situation was pretty dire. So, anyway, one day after a show, a merchant came to me and offered us a huge sponsorship. In return, we just had to provide the audience with their drinks during performances. It seemed like a win-win, so I said yes to it. The drink in question was...
Isn't that the drink peddled by the culprit behind the serial disappearances?
I freaked out when I saw the boxes. But she didn't reprimand me for making the decision without consulting her. The merchant was furious, berated us for going back on our word, and threatened to... I was going to sort it on my own, but the director stopped me. She said that... But things only got worse from there. The synth merchant just wouldn't let up, and then suddenly the director told us all to leave the... I admit this whole thing was my mistake. I didn't dare to tell any of you the truth back then, and after the director disappeared, I was even more afraid to say anything. Yeah, I got Aurelie killed.
Hey, don't say...
You traitor! You knew... What do you mean? You were afraid? This was a life and death... How could you be...
Please, try not to get too...
Yeah, listen to him!
Stay calm. And he has the gall to try and high-road us, claiming that he kept his mouth shut.
All I can say is I'm just a coward who made an awful, terrible mistake that I can never take back in my life.
Get out of my sight.
That's enough! Can you stop conflating the show on... You keep saying...
I'm sorry.
On stage, the lead role is the focal point of the... But in her... What she wants... I understand.
Yeah.
So think hard if you really hate each other. But you can't... What are you laughing at?
Sorry, if she'd seen Paul...
Really? But she sounded like...
Of course she would.
I'm truly...
It's all right.
So...
Clearly, the end of the story needs to focus back on Aurelie herself.
What do you mean?
The Traveler is right. You once investigated that, if you could find anything that Aurelie...
You really think that...
I trust that nobody...
No.
Well, we'll leave this...
Come, let's pay a visit to the Palais Mermonia. The rest of you, head back to the rehearsal location for now, and wait for...
Barbara, go!
You want to review some recovered items connected to victims of the serial disappearances case? Still, since you were the ones who discovered and submitted the evidence in the first place, you don't actually have...
So, this is all O'Reilly left behind. Just whatever she was carrying on her person and this tattered old notebook.
Hey! It's full of script lines!
Let me take a look. Maybe there's something... Aha! Looks like she kept a detailed record of her captor's actions. She even mentions the truth behind the experiments on dissolving young... If we'd had the chance to examine this notebook carefully back then, it would have been a...
Lachey took so many lives.
I guess O'Reilly must have written all of this down in the hope that her records would one day... wait, it cuts off. Her handwriting here gets patchier and more illegible by the line. She probably didn't have... Her final words are... I'll let you read them for yourself.
She was so terrified.
She may have been a mighty hero in the eyes of her troop. I can't bear to think how painful and... wait. If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Isn't
that the most important line in the little O...
Because I am an older...
Oh!
So she didn't regret her decision. Even as she... I'm sure this is what the troop would have hoped. She had their utmost trust. Let's go.
She deserves a hero's farewell. If that's the only way to convey to the audience the courage and selflessness that she showed in the face of...
Even in the last moments of her life,
She did her best to protect as many people as possible, even if it meant sacrificing herself. We know what choice our little Oceanid would have made now. I don't think any more discussion is necessary. Well, Vilmont, If we put...
I will channel all my regret and put it into my performance. I won't ask for your forgiveness, and you don't need to worry about my feelings.
Then it seems like we've reached a consensus.
Really? How can you be so sure when you've never even seen me?
Don't underestimate my experience. If you want to move the audience with your music, you must fully commit. And aren't human emotions love? I don't believe anybody could be more committed to bringing the...
Thank you for the vote of confidence, Miss
Then, let's not delay things any longer.
Actually, before that, I'd like during the curtain call, please allow me to use the director's name instead of my own.
Huh? But then...
After all, this role was original. Besides, a role commemorating her...
Well, if you're sure you're okay with that,
Now we're... Alright. I'll leave you to fine-tune your musical while I go...
Procure a stage?
Oh, it's okay. Are you...
That place? Oh, don't be silly. For an extraordinary show, we need...
Whoa, wait, what?
No. That's never going to work. It's far too...
What are you afraid of? Surely you don't think that Aurelia...
No, don't...
It is supposed to be your grand finale, right?
I have... I'll take your silence as a yes. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Well, then don't disappoint me. If you mess this up, it'll reflect poorly. Come on. We'll need to get the go-ahead from Nervilette.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
Worrying about the future. Hey, Sarah.
Go, Barbara, go!
Oh, hey, look at that. Looks like I guessed right.
You were just guessing?
I knew you'd be here.
I'm here merely for a short break. It has been a while, Miss Farina. And you too,
I would like to book the Opera Epiclese for...
I understand. The process for booking the Opera Epiclese is complex and can be somewhat... The story of the Little Oceanid is most fascinating. I will say, however, that I am surprised to see your passion for the performing arts rekindled after all that has happened.
What do...
Yes. And this is the first time that I've seen you...
At first, I just felt bad about rejecting them. So, in the past, we sat in our high chairs in the court, giving our opinions on isolated cases. All well, maybe it's because I finally become an ordinary person and gained my freedom.
I am truly delighted to see you find a new... Now that you've regained some confidence, have you had...
Why would you...
Well, if the Little Oceanid turns out to be a great success, it will no doubt become a classic. Many theater company experiences and decisions of the protagonist, Cleo, are all modeled after your own. Naturally, this makes you... It would truly be a shame if you did not take this opportunity to allow audience...
Haven't I already made myself clear? I won't, nor do I think it is any great shame. There is no lack of fine actors or inspirational stories. This experience is a case in point. I feel like I've learned a lot, and it has already... I must admit, though, I'm a little envious.
I see. Well, I'm glad to learn that you have found a role to play that you enjoy, be it on the stage or not. I sincerely hope the show will serve as the grandest of finales. I will have my staff book the date and mail the relevant paperwork to the troupe once the details are...
Thanks, Nervalette.
You are very welcome.
Go! Huh? Go!
Let the show begin.
Good news, everyone! It's thanks to my eloquent and impassioned speech, Monsieur Nervalette was moved to provide us with a fitting stage for this. We've had to fight every step of the way for this opportunity. A touching story. Now, let's work together.
The sooner we can finalize the ending, the more time we'll have to rehearse. Fiamma and I just went over some parts of the script and tweaked a few things. I think it's really going to resonate with the...
Wow, you two had a constructive
Communication is vital to any good performance.
Look at us.
It's amazing. Even though Farina's still being a bit of a drama queen about it all, she's real...
Please feel free to give us any comments or suggestions you have.
Hey, Loic, get over here. Time to prep.
Cursed Cleo. She stole the waters of life from us. She's a fraud, and she must pay for her crimes.
This has nothing to do with her. The ignorance and hatred of our people is to blame. How can we hope to win back the water's favor if...
This guy could be useful. Take him hostage. If Cleo wants him back, she'll have to show...
Leave this place, oh little Oceanid!
Everyone's really throwing themselves into their roles.
What should we do? It's almost time...
Hey, what's going on? You're... Oh no, not again.
They've been getting less and less of...
What? I thought they'd cure it. So...
I figured whatever it took to get me through...
How could you do this to yourself? And
I'm sorry.
You...
Miss Farina?
Say no more. If you're sick, you need to rest. Loic, your character has no more scenes, correct?
Oh, yeah. I think my scenes are all done. Although, I do have one more line, but
Please take Delphi back to her place to rest. From the sublime to the ridiculous.
Thank you, Miss Farina. I'm so sorry to put you in this position.
Never mind. What's done is done. No one likes regrets. Leave it to me. I've watched you rehearse.
I do not doubt your acting skills, but please allow me to ask just what, in your opinion, is the reason Cleo shines so brightly?
It's her pure heart, despite all the pain and loneliness she had.
Well said. I leave Director Ora-
Yet? Let's get here!
She's not coming!
You're wrong. She's here.
Si je pouvais vivre dans l'eau, le monde serait-il plus beau? Me pardonneras-tu, ô chère mère? L'eau dans son courant fait danser nos vies, et la cité elle nourrit, ainsi que toi mon doux amour.
But what about your wish?
My wish.
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Le grand amour ne suffit pas, seul un adieu fleurira. C'est notre histoire de vie, poussée à la mort. Je serai toujours là, à voir le monde et sa beauté, et ça ne changera jamais, jamais.
Is it just me? Or was that Lady Farina on the stage just now?
She hasn't been seen for a while now. And she gotta say, though,
The Little Oceanid, Cleo, played by Aurélie Fumont.
Wait, that's not her name.
I don't know. Maybe it's just a doppelganger.
I've spent a lot of time out of the spotlight, and they didn't use my name during the curtain call either. Hopefully not. It's too bad that I had to break the one clear rule. Still, I have to admit, it felt good.
Finally, we would like to give a special thanks to our artistic consultant and event coordinator, Miss Farina.
Hey, that's not what we agreed on.
Oh, she's back.
Honestly, what is he doing? He should have run that by me first.
All right, calm down, don't be mad. This was a group. After all, It's been the rule in Fontaine since ancient times that everyone's work, visible or invisible, is equally deserving of recognition.
Yes, I know the rule, but...
It's no big deal. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh, yeah? Well, since you think it's...
This is a great chat and all, but can we talk about that crazy thing that happened during the show? And nearly Paimon flew over to where she was supposed to be and was about to drop the prop vision, and then suddenly...
Oh, that... I've got no idea what... Oh, that the audience has never seen...
Wait, what about Dolphy?
Let's go check on her.
Yes. Plus, if nothing else, we can safely say that we accomplished what we set out to do.
Phew!
Huh?
Go!
Ah, you're back. She's doing okay. Her condition stabilized after taking some of her original medication.
How did the performance go?
You'll be glad to know it was fantastic! Also, you're not gonna believe what happened.
That's wonderful. I'm so sorry I failed to see it through to the end.
No, don't worry about it. Like they told me after announcing my name during the curtain, even though you couldn't see it through to the final scene, the audience was very impressed by your performance.
Well, one way or another, I've had bad luck ever since I was born. So I never expect things to go smoothly and—
Blaming your bad luck again, are we? Maybe if you didn't push yourself past your limits so much, your illness wouldn't be flaring up.
Oh, don't you start. I don't have the energy.
Aw, you two clearly can't.
I don't know what you're talking—
You mean we never stop arguing with—
So, any plans for the next— After the brilliant performance you put on, the reputation of your troupe, you could capitalize on the rave reviews and license out the little Oceanid to the bigger theater troupes out there.
No, we—
Yeah, it's—
After all that's happened, I should give you guys some space. But
Hey, don't just walk off!
I still want to keep performing, so I might join another troupe. After watching Miss Farina's performance, I think I'm
You should do it. It suits you.
Oh, so now you finally got your priorities in order. What about you, Miss Farina? Any—
Well, frankly, I think a return to obscurity is no longer an option for me. I'm sure a slew of consultancy requests will hound me wherever I go. You rather sealed my fate there with your special thanks at the end of the show.
Sorry.
It's quite all right. No need to apologize. What I meant to say is that maybe Nervilette was right. I still don't wish to pretend to be someone else, but I do have a desire to express myself. So, maybe there was one, but from now on, I want to watch them blossom, and I'm sure this...
Sounds like you're ready to... The more you get out into the world...
If a vision is a given, I should do my...
There's no point worrying about the future. Hey, Sarah, Sarah.
Take a guess.
Gotta find that balance between flavor and nutrition.
No way! I'm not guessing.
You gotta find that balance between flavor and nutrition.
I'll take a guess. No way! I'm not guessing.
Flavor
Take a guess. I'll take a guess.
No way! I'm not guessing.
gotta find that balance between flavor and
Take a
nutrition.
guess. I'll take a guess.
There's no point worrying about the future.
I'm not guessing.
Hey, Sarah, Sarah.
I'll take a guess.
No way! I'm not guessing.
I see.
Absolutely. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The Phantom Weasel never acts as you expect. He must have faked his own death 10 years ago using a bot. Now that he's back, I'm sure the guards who...
Couldn't agree more. Thank you, sir, for your time. Now, whom should I interview next? Huh? Hey! What a coincidence! Fancy meeting you here. Perfect timing. So, the Phantom Weasel's latest warning letter. What are your thoughts?
Yeah! This is the first time.
Huh? Oh, well, not to worry. 10 or so years ago.
Wow!
Precisely. He would just as soon steal a necklace from a rich merchant's safe as he would a toy doll given to a commoner child for their birthday. I know.
Yeesh!
A magician named when the police went through his personal... Sure enough, thefts in Fontaine went down after Caesar's death. I had to squeeze through the crowd this morning to get a photo as soon as I heard. Here.
So, this is the warning letter, huh? What's 3 days from now when
This is, without a... what once seemed like an open...
Uh-oh. If this thief will steal anything that other people value... Ah!
Okay, the people have spoken. It's clear that the... Let's see, I've got a photo of the letter, my interview notes. Yep, that should be enough to... Something exclusive. Who should I interview next? I need someone with a more concrete connection to the weasel. Is that who I think it is?
Lenny!
Magic, magician, Caesar, the Phantom Weasel! That's it! Let's go interview Lenny! You see, the original Phantom Thief...
Are you serious?
What's up? Oh, relax! My journalistic instinct tells me that an exclusive news story is...
Gotta find that balance between flavor and nutrition.